Anna, you can go.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. I just jumped again. Okay, so welcome back to the afternoon session of Space and the Hospital. This is session 3, Death Care and Religion in Hospitals. So we have 4 papers in this session, and the session will work the same as the ones in the morning, but for those of us who might be joining us for the first time, all the presenters will give their papers, and then at the end, we will open for questions. If you have a question that you want to direct to one of the speakers, please, if you are on the Zoom, write it in the chat box and submit to everyone so that we can see it, and I will take note of them. If you are on the live stream, there is a chat box on the right-hand side of the screen. So just type in your question and I will get sent it and I will ask it for you. So shall we begin? We shall. So our first speaker is Marta Ataive. She's an independent researcher. Let's see. Marta received her first degree in interior architecture and building rehabilitation from Architecture College of Lisbon Technical University and a second degree in architecture from Lisbon Lucida University. She followed this with a master's degree in architecture and landscape heritage rehabilitation from the Universidade de Évora. She is currently an independent researcher in architecture, and she tends to focus on the heritage or architectural heritage specifically in religious institutions. She has worked as an architect for various institutions, including the Historical and Cultural Heritage Department of Cascais Municipal Town Hall. She worked on the plan and safeguarding and rehabilitation of the Historical Center of Belvedere. So she is presenting a paper entitled Poverty, Pilgrimage, and Healing, Our Lady of Light Hospital at the Beginning of the 17th Century. Marta, if you would.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Anna, for the presentation. Well, I will share my, sorry, let me see if I can share, okay. Okay, can you see?
Yes.
Okay. Well, during the next few minutes, I will present you the history and the architecture of the Hospital of Our Lady of Light. Well, this building was built in the early 17th century, and its construction began in 1601 and was inaugurated in 1618. It is located in the city of Lisbon, more specifically in the site of Light in Carnide, about 5 kilometers from what is now the historical center of Lisbon. Developed next to the ancient and small urban setting of Carnide, in fact, the site of Light did not exist until the 15th century, when the miracle of appearance of Our Lady of Light takes place next to a fountain with healing properties. Then began the construction of a chapel in the year 1464, inaugurated on the 8th of September, the day of Our Lady of Light. From this moment, a grew religion devotion took place, ending over the decades to become a pilgrimage center for many Lisbon citizens and visitors from the surroundings, as well as travelers from all over the country and overseas lands, being known the strong devotion for sailors and navigators who search the protection of Our Lady of Light before and after their travels. With the donation of this chapel to the Religious and Military Order of Christ in 1545, the construction of a large religious and hospital set of the order began, which included the convent and later the hospital. The site of light would also have a remarkable involvement and contribution of Princess Mary, daughter of King Manuel and his third wife Leonora, who will choose the convent church for its mausoleum. With her death in 1577, would leave in her testament goods and money for the construction of the Hospital of Our Lady of Light, demanding that its administration will be handed over to the Order of Christ. And in fact, it is precisely on the main facade of the hospital that all the actors in this center are explicit. From the top down, the spiritual and temporal management of the Order of Christ with their cross. At the center, the divine protection of Our Lady of Light, and below, the charity of Princess Mary with her coat of arms. From four main roads connecting to Lisbon, Sintra, Lumiar, and Benfica, travelers and devotees that arrived at the center and in the Pilgrim's Yard, in here were welcomed and scenographically embraced by the two buildings of the convent and hospital. So, in this religious and hospital center, the pilgrims found in Our Lady of Light the healing of the body and soul, becoming to a true Marian sanctuary, that we are not sure whether it has been intentional since the beginning of its construction, or if the dynamics of all the actors drove to that condition. In this image, it is possible to observe the two buildings, in front the convent, and on the left the hospital, and the agricultural fair of lights made in September with the festivities of Our Lady of Light, which even today takes place also with a different character. This set has passed for some problems over the time, namely economic, by the diversion of the legacy left by Princess Mary, worsened by the earthquake of 1755, which came to emphasize the decline of its religious and hospital glow. The waves of the earthquake caused significant damage in the two buildings, and the west side of the hospital was very affected. The extinction of the religious and military orders in 1834 and financial and operational difficulties of the hospital will define its closure in the first half of the 19th century. Since then, the building was adapted to the installations of the military college until the present day. The construction of the Hospital of the Light follows the European tendency during the 16th and 17th centuries of the importance of healing structures. Portugal has during these centuries a great commercial activity, which causes an increase of foreigners, pilgrims, sailors, and merchants who arrived in the country, in the city of Lisbon, which will also cause an increase in poverty and begging. In addition to the local population, this complex and diverse human set has also given rise to new diseases and new techniques and treatments, much of it delivered to the care of the Royal Hospital of All Saints, the largest and most important hospital structure in Lisbon. The Hospital of Light would, in certain way, complement the growing needs for healing and sick care. The involvement of Princess Mary reinforces her humanist and Christian actions and is part of the growing European trend of the intervention of the Crown in the construction of hospitals. In a testament, the Princess defines that the Hospital of Our Lady of Light should welcome 63 poor sick with non-incurable or contagious diseases. Here we have the altarpiece of the hospital chapel, where we can see Princess Mary on the left, asking Our Lady for the protection of the poor and sick who are on the right. The artistic quality of this altarpiece and its historical importance are evident, and it is interesting to be able to see the detail of the hospital building. This hospital applied the new institutional and healing hospital practices, which are no longer exclusively under the influence of monastic management, typical of the medieval period. On the one hand, it introduces professional medicine in which doctors, surgeons, nurses, and barbers are included, and by another, delegating the religious order of Christ the daily management, the administration of goods and services, and religious worship. Hospital management will thus be handed over to a provider and a clerk. In the regiment of the hospital, it is explicit information that there would have to be 2 friars of the Order of the Christ of the Light Convent, elected in a meeting of the chapter. The architectural projects respect the new functional requirements according to a planning which began by choosing a good location, new roads, and in every places. It is important to remember that at the time, the site of light was part of a rural area of fields and farms, of which today we have very little notion in view of the urban development of the area. The exterior of the building is delimited by a fence, where we can find the courtyards of the houses of the doctor, apothecary, and surgeon, the cemetery at east, and vegetable gardens for hospital consumption at south. The building is generated according to areas: the accommodation area at north and around the cloister, and logistics and infirmaries area at south. From older plans, from the records of hospital preservation state after the earthquake, and also by the regiment made for its operation, it was possible to find much of the original rooms of the hospital. Around the cloister and through 2 floors, we have at north the houses of the provider, clerk, and housing for the pools. At east, the houses of surgeon, bleeding man, cooker, doorman, and washerwomen. At west, houses of apothecary, doctor, nurse, and assistant. In the large rectangular body to the south, and through the 3 floors, we have the apothecary, refectory, kitchen, oven, workshop, storage, laundry, healing house, and toilets. And in the 1st floor, we have 2 infirmaries, connecting from each side with a chapel, which occupies a central position in the building. The necessary water supply system for consumption and cleanliness was ensured by the existence of wells and tanks in the fence and courtyards, rainwater system under the cloister, and water from the source of Our Lady of Light, existing an underground aqueduct that connects the fountain, that is below the convent church, directly to the hospital, probably serving as therapeutic and sacred water. One of the main aspects in regard to its salubrity is in the large number of windows and doors, which ensured good lighting and ventilation of the whole space, as well as the 6 recovery balconies at south, which communicated with infirmaries. The hospital runs through construction works over the time, with 2 significant moments of greater activity: in the repair works after the earthquake, and in the period when the building was adapted to the installations of the military college, which do rehabilitation and extension of the building. From the crossing of several sources, it was possible to make a conjectural reconstitution of the entire building, which allows a greater understanding of its draw and see how it reflects the architectural influences of other Portuguese and European hospital structures of its time. Its architecture is also a reflection of Renaissance Stratasys innovations which we can observe in the clarity of its volume, in the application of the mirror system in plan and facade drawings, in the geometric accuracy, and in the application of modular systems. But it also responds to the transformation of Portuguese architecture from the late 16th and early 17th centuries, reflecting the active and innovative work of the remarkable architects of this period who worked in Portugal, and specifically in the Hospital and Convent of Light, like Jerónimo do João, Baltasar Alves, Diogo Marcos Lucas, or Luís Gonçalves. It is a building of great formal and functional clarity, and almost with total decorative stripping, except in the central elements of the main facade and in the chapel, as we can see in the photo below on the right. This tendency arises by its strictly hospital function, as well as by the influence of the large construction of convents of this time in Portugal that imposed rules of functional organization, controlled expenses, and decorative stripping. Thus, the Hospital of Light would also be part of these constructive and aesthetic lines, in the sense that he himself was part of a religious and hospital set of the Order of Christ. In some European hospitals of this time, we can observe the cruciform structures, one of the most curious and original formulas, used in some of the most important hospitals in Milan, like Milan, Rome, Toledo, or Granada, and also in the Royal Hospital of All Saints in Lisbon. This solution that arises from the crossing of four longitudinal bodies of infirmaries, called the corsia, generates a middle chapel space from which the sick could hear and watch the Mass. The Hospital of Light does not present the monumentality of any of these projects, but with a more restrained scale, simplifies the cruciform structure in which only two infirmaries, or corsias, communicate with the chapel, within this case is positioned at the axis of the cloister. In the middle of the building and rising above it, acquires a centralizing role from which the sick in the infirmaries, as well as all who found themselves in the cloister in remaining space, could hear the Mass. Even with its small dimensions, it is curious that it does not cease to introduce the two traditional spaces of altar and nave, which allow the presence of other people in the chapel, without ever interfering with the physical and visual connection of the altar with the infirmaries where the sick were. I finished my presentation in the chapel of the Hospital of Our Lady of Light, hoping to contribute to its protection and safeguard of this old hospital and the convent that complements it, as an example of a heritage set of relevant value. Thank you for the opportunity for this presentation and for your attention, and congratulations to all organizations for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. That was wonderful. Fantastic and under time. Beautiful. Well done. All right. Up next is Andre Bargal, who will be presenting on behalf of his colleagues, Silvia Casemiro, my apologies, from the Universidade Nova de Lisboa, Rodrigo Banya da Silva from the same university, and Sarah da Cruz Ferreira from the Universidade Nova de Lisboa. So Andre is currently a PhD student at the Universidade Nova de Lisboa, and he's doing his PhD in History and Archaeology, which is funded by the FCT, the Fundación para Ciencia y Tecnología. His thesis is entitled The Hospital Real de Todos os Santos, Lisboa. I apologize, I'm going to translate the rest because my Portuguese is genuinely terrible. Archaeology and architecture in an assisted space in the early modern period, the 15th to the 18th century. If I did that wrong, feel free to correct me, Andre. Since 2015, he has been a research assistant at the CHAM. So that he is presenting his paper today, which is To Mold, to Walk, to Grief, an archaeological approach to the Royal Hospital of All Saints, Lisbon. Andre, you ready?
Hi, Anna. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi. Sorry, we have some technical problems.
Oh, it's okay.
But I think that is solved.
Fantastic.
Let's just open the PowerPoint, and we want to start the communication by congrats to the organization of this meeting, and thank you for the opportunity to be here to talk about the Royal Hospital of All Saints, and it's always a pleasure to share this investigation with all of you. This communication will be in Portuguese, despite the PowerPoint being in English, but we will start to present an overview about the previous conditions in Lisbon that result in the construction of the Royal Hospital in 1492. And about the hospital, we will share new readings of the building evolution, subjects often absent in the documental sources, such as the back area of the hospital complex, with significant set of transformations caused by new functionalities. One of those moments occurred in the first half of the 18th century, when a corridor was turned into a burial ground. And can you see the PowerPoint, right?
Yeah.
So, now in Portuguese, sorry, but the PowerPoint is in English.
All right, you just want to make the PowerPoint bigger. You have it in just regular when you're working in it. If you go down to the bottom, there's like a little down to the right.
We have the icons of the Zoom.
Yes. Next one over.
Ao lado,
right.
Andrea, logo ao lado
Yes,
onde
yes,
está.
yes. Okay.
Perfect.
Obrigada.
So,
Awesome. Thank you.
let's go to Lisbon. Vamos até Lisboa. Uma cidade aberta ao mar, aberta ao Tejo, cuja zona ribeirinha e portuária, desde os tempos mais remotos, permitiu o desenvolvimento e a prosperidade da cidade. Esta abertura a outras geografias, mas também a outras gentes, possibilitou todo um mundo novo no que diz respeito ao comércio, à introdução de novos hábitos, novos objetos, no fundo, ao exótico. Porém, este átrio de entrada vulnerabilizou também a cidade à entrada de surtos, de pestes, de doenças, umas já conhecidas e outras tantas das quais não havia registro. Se a cidade estava preparada para se defender de inimigos físicos com estruturas militares, o mesmo não se passava para a defesa e a ameaça de entrada e proliferação de doenças. Assim, quer a coroa como a Câmara tornaram medidas de proteção visando controlar a entrada de estrangeiros provenientes de geografias com surtos ou epidemias. Assim, há referência em documentos anteriores ao século XV e também ao século XVI que referem a constante preocupação em defender a cidade destes surtos. E podemos recuar, por exemplo, a Dom João I ou a Dom Duarte, que criticavam a atuação relativa, por exemplo, a um navio inglês com vários tripulantes a bordo, doentes, e propunha-se então um conjunto de medidas a aplicar pelo Conselho de Lisboa contra esta entrada de passageiros, de tripulação doente do navio. Aliás, este aspecto tem sido alvo constante de estudo pelos investigadores, a Edith Alberto, a própria Edith Alberto, Laurinda Abreu, também tendo como base o livro dos pregos, ao Cristóvão Rodrigues de Oliveira. Com estes episódios a serem mais ou menos constantes, estas medidas ganharam volume, sendo então exigida informação relativa aos doentes, mas também aos óbitos a bordo durante a viagem. E, em caso de suspeita, a embarcação em causa deveria ser impedida de atracar no porto de Lisboa, mas também daqui sair. Assim, estavam reunidos os ingredientes necessários para que fosse praticado um período de quarentena em Lisboa, destinado aos navios suspeitos. A base empírica desta medida de contenção foi replicada nos reinados seguintes. Dom João II, em 1487, escreveu ao Senado de Lisboa exigindo medidas de defesa da cidade e de prevenção da peste, e mais tarde retomou o mesmo assunto para ordenar a colocação, por exemplo, na zona de Alcântara, de 2 esteios, a partir dos quais não poderiam passar navios oriundos de geografias com suspeita de epidemias. Posteriormente, com Dom Manuel, já nos inícios do século XVI, foram implementadas novas medidas de combate à peste, semelhantes às praticadas em outras cidades europeias, também com forte pendor mercantil. Estas medidas passavam, por exemplo, como o esvaziar da cidade por alguns dias, ou alojar os habitantes nas periferias das próprias cidades. No entanto, aqueles que eram vitimados pela peste não seriam enterrados nos adros das igrejas, prática até então, mas sim em 2 cemitérios recém-criados para esse propósito. Mas estamos no século XV, inícios do século XVI, e estamos a assistir a um grande aumento demográfico. A cidade está a expandir-se, os espaços vazios intramuros estão a ser preenchidos, as ruas estão comprometidas com o avanço dos edifícios, de passadiços e de balcões. Deste cenário nasceu então a inquietude perante os despejos desenfreados de lixo e de detritos, e consequentemente criaram-se regulamentos e sanções que visavam contornar este mesmo problema. A zona ribeirinha, uma porta, um fosso de muralha ou qualquer outro local desocupado serviu de lixeira. Aspecto que, aliado às condições e às preocupações de higiene e também de saneamento, dotou Lisboa de um quadro potenciador de epidemias, de doenças, de maleitas. Aliás, este tema encontra-se referido e bem enumerado, por exemplo, na dissertação de mestrado do investigador António Bento Pacheco. Estavam também reunidas as condições para um outro cenário, o cenário que conduziu então à extinção de pequenos hospitais, de pequenas albergarias, de pequenos espaços de assistência que não conseguiam suprir as necessidades de um crescente número de pobres e de doentes. E é neste palco que surge então um novo ato régio, que foi o de criar de raiz um novo e grande hospital, o Hospital Real de Todos os Santos. Após 2 bulas papais, a 15 de maio de 492, Dom João II inicia então a materialização deste edifício. Este complexo assistencial, dotado de regimento, revelou-se inovador em Portugal pela sua planta cruciforme, uma planta pragmática inspirada nos ideais renascentistas, os ideais de ordenar o real, separando os doentes por maleita e também por sexo, em que cada braço desta mesma cruz detinha uma enfermaria específica, 4 pátios de arejamento, de iluminação, longos corredores com acessos e uma igreja no braço central voltada então ao Rossio. Se os hospitais italianos, como o de Florença ou o de Milão, inspiraram o caso lisboeta, o caso de Lisboeta também se refletiu nos hospitais que se lhe seguiram, nomeadamente em territórios portugueses, além mar. Este hospital, o Hospital Real de Todos os Santos, foi detectado arqueologicamente pela primeira vez na década de 50 do século XX, onde se detectou parte da monumental escadaria e também uma parte do hospital, principalmente um dos claustros, mas fortemente intervencionado foi o complexo do hospital do convento, peço desculpa, de São Domingos. Foi na década de 50, na década de 60 também prosseguiram as obras e a intervenção arqueológica na Praça da Figueira, por Irisalva Moita, mas o remanescente deste mesmo hospital só veria de novo a luz do dia entre 1999 e 2001, a quando da construção do parqueamento subterrâneo nesta mesma praça da cidade. Apesar da intervenção de 1960 ter colocado a descoberto uma pequena porção do hospital, apenas um dos claustros e algumas dependências, foi somente em 99 que o espaço foi intervencionado quase na totalidade, sendo assim possível rever o desenho da planta cruciforme. Um dos aspectos desconhecidos deste complexo hospitalar, e omisso também nas fontes documentais, era a formulação do seu tardós. As plantas de Lisboa de 1650, de João Nunes Tinoco, e a do Hospital Real de Todos os Santos, levantada em 1750, na sequência de um grande incêndio, nesse mesmo ano, mostram-nos somente o desenho de todo o quarteirão ou a configuração geral das áreas cobertas, mas em etapas já avançadas do período de vida do hospital. Ora, e neste sentido, os trabalhos de 99, 2001 vieram lançar uma nova luz sobre este particular, mostrando que a parte traseira do hospital equivaleu a uma das zonas que mais intervenções construtivas sofreu desde a sua etapa inicial. Assim, e analisando os levantamentos arquitetónicos e os registros de escavação, e referente, neste particular, à área tardós do edifício, foi possível verificar um primeiro momento destinado à circulação, um corredor de passagem, colocando em comunicação os dois pátios orientais, através de um grande corredor, somente ao nível do piso térreo, não apartando naturalmente a probabilidade de também se desenvolver num piso superior. Posteriormente, no reinado de Dom João V, estamos a falar da primeira metade do século XVIII, edificou-se então um monumental arco barroco, de que se identificaram as bases, lançadas a partir da zona mesial do corpo traseiro do hospital, conectando este edifício hospitalar, o Hospital Real de Todos os Santos, com a nova casa de São Camilo de Lélis, edificada no espaço das hortas do hospital. O antigo espaço de circulação, o corredor original e primitivo, manteve as suas funções. Aqui acrescenta, nesta primeira metade do século XVIII, a de zona funerária, identificando-se durante as escavações um espaço, então, de sepultamentos. Neste espaço estavam distribuídos cerca de 18 indivíduos, distribuídos por 9 sepulturas, sendo que destas contam-se 4 individuais, e 5 múltiplas. À exceção de um indivíduo, em decúbito ventral identificado numa sepultura tripla, todos os restantes foram depositados em decúbito supino, não tendo sido identificado, e acrescente-se também, qualquer relação entre os indivíduos depositados na mesma sepultura. Esta relação passa por termos de sexo, idade à morte ou alterações ósseas de cariz patológico. Estas 9 sepulturas foram escavadas de um modo algo rudimentar, com pouco cuidado na sua elaboração, sendo dispostas ao longo dos muros do dito corredor e criando entre si um pequeno espaço de circulação. Toda esta análise sugere que este contexto não terá sido formado num momento de necessidade urgente da gestão de cadáveres. Ressalve-se que o número mínimo de indivíduos desta amostra será maior, uma vez que foram identificados os restos de pelo menos mais 10 indivíduos, 6 associados a um ossário e 4 cuja origem não foi possível determinar até ao momento. Aliás, isto é um estudo em constante elaboração, em constante investigação, pela nossa colega Silvia Casemiro. De acordo com a posição destes mesmos esqueletos e com a manutenção tanto da conexão entre os elementos ósseos como do volume corporal, os cadáveres seriam amortalhados, tal como nos dão a entender as fontes da época, que sublinham, aliás, que para o efeito, por vezes, seriam utilizados os lençóis das camas. Estes indivíduos foram sepultados diretamente no solo, sem recurso a caixão. No momento de inumação, a preocupação com a orientação canónica dos cadáveres não terá sido prioridade, encontrando-se orientados no sentido sul-norte. estando a maior preocupação, sim, no aproveitamento do espaço, podendo-se avançar, e aliás este contexto mortuário será brevemente publicado por uma das autoras da presente comunicação, pela Silvia Casimiro. Este espaço terá tido, sim, uma maior preocupação e atenção, não com os mortos em si, mas com a supressão de riscos para a saúde dos vivos e de quem ao hospital acorria. A preocupação, então, com o aproveitamento deste espaço é também denunciada pela organização das sepulturas múltiplas. Os indivíduos foram depositados maioritariamente de forma alternada, em sentido opostos, ou seja, pés de um sobre o crânio de outro, por exemplo, e terão sido inumados no mesmo momento ou com pouco tempo de intervalo. Após a decomposição, os restos ósseos seriam exumados e reunidos numa área específica, o ossário, por forma a reutilizar então as sepulturas, o espaço deixado vago nas sepulturas. E temos aqui novamente uma indicação da preocupação na gestão deste mesmo espaço, deste reduzido espaço. A corroborar a prática desta reutilização de sepulturas, acresce ainda a presença de peças ósseas repetidas, na maioria das sepulturas, em alguns casos conjuntos de peças ósseas repetidas e parcialmente articuladas, como por exemplo um pé, que parece resultar de uma falta de cuidados prestados na gestão deste espaço de sepultamento e, neste caso, na reutilização das sepulturas e na transferência dos restos ósseos para o espaço reservado, o ossário. Se a documentação e as fontes escritas fornecem dados para o primeiro e para o terceiro momento, isto é, para a arquitetura original enquanto espaço de corredor, de circulação, e posteriormente para um terceiro momento, enquanto zona de passagem, a criação de um novo corredor para a casa de São Camilo de Lélis, a utilização deste espaço enquanto área de sepultamento encontra-se omissa, não persistindo qualquer referência a esta função. Assim, torna-se evidente a observação arqueológica enquanto fonte indispensável para o estudo do edificado do Hospital Real de Todos os Santos, que, além de indispensável, frequentemente fornece dados inéditos que podem reescrever a história deste complexo, corroborar ou negar também, com base em factos arqueológicos, dados em fontes escritas. A análise dos remanescentes arquitetónicos, bem como a análise da cultura material, permitem então tecer algumas considerações. As sepulturas encontravam-se em associação com sedimentos ou estratigrafias compostas por uma ampla cultura material. A par de materiais cerâmicos datados da transição do século XV para o do século XVI, exumaram-se fragmentos cerâmicos produzidos até ao fim da primeira metade da centúria de 700. Através da aplicabilidade de métodos quantitativos e estatísticos, pode-se avançar que estamos perante a afetação de estratos medievais, pré-Hospital Real de Todos os Santos, ou os níveis fundacionais do Hospital Real de Todos os Santos, o que sugere então profundas alterações na arquitetura até aliás, estes níveis mais antigos. Os objetos cerâmicos, por outro lado, até ao fim, produzidos durante a primeira metade do século XVIII, permitem reduzir a margem de erro para estes enterramentos em cerca de 50 anos. Portanto, estamos perante um horizonte compreendido entre 1700 e 1750 para estes enterramentos. Enterramentos estes que foram afetados pela construção da passagem para São Camilo de Lélis em torno de 1750. Neste cenário, colocamos então várias hipóteses de interpretação. Primeiro, eventual sobrelotação e inacessibilidade do cemitério de Santana, um dos cemitérios criados e destinado a enterramentos e a vítimas de doenças eventualmente contagiosas, exigindo-se também algumas áreas alternativas e também disponíveis para o descarte, então, destes cadáveres. Uma segunda hipótese recai, ou poderá recair até, na necessidade da criação de um espaço diferenciado e aquele antigo corredor, originalmente de circulação do hospital, ter correspondido a esta mesma necessidade. E permitam-me ainda acrescentar que a documentação histórica refere que o hospital terá sido construído de forma programada, e que a existência de corredores, e também, aliás, com a existência de corredores específicos para a circulação entre enfermarias, corredores também para a remoção de cadáveres de forma discreta, evitando que os restantes doentes vissem esta transferência. Porém, devido à dimensão deste mesmo corredor, que trazemos aqui, não se afigura plausível que se trate de um desses corredores para transporte de cadáveres. Mas sim, é um espaço importante de circulação e uma artéria principal de passagem da área nascente do hospital. Por fim, a relação deste espaço com algum acontecimento específico ocorrido na primeira metade do século XVIII, algum momento, algum episódio que terá obrigado a uma reestruturação deste espaço e a uma intervenção neste setor, construindo-se posteriormente o acesso para a enfermaria de São Camilo de Lélis. São tudo hipóteses que nós colocamos em aberto em cima da mesa. Qualquer uma delas é válida, poderá ser válida, e são hipóteses que deixamos em aberto para o desenrolar da investigação. E é tudo. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It really speaks to the importance of considering archaeology for those of us who just identify as historians. The fact that we would, the documentation isn't telling us about the cemetery, but yet there's ample evidence of a cemetery that is integral to the functioning of this hospital. Thank you very much. That was great. All right, not to feel like we're moving rapidly along, but we are. Our next paper will be, excuse me, will be presented by Susana Enrique from EON Industria, excuse me, set myself alarms, Creativas, and Carlos Alves from the same. This paper was done in conjunction with Lilian Matias de Carvalho from the University of Coimbra and Sofia Westerlin from the University of Coimbra as well. So Susana holds a degree in archaeology and history and a master's in prehistory and archaeology. She has been working in the field of archaeology for about 20 years and has vast experience, particularly in urban archaeology. For the past 4 years, she has been working at the company EON Industrias. Carlos has a PhD in art history from the Universitat Autónoma de Barcelona, where he developed his studies on the Cathedral of Viseu. He's currently an art historian at the company EON Industrias, and a member of the Institute of Medieval Studies at the New University of Lisbon. His research focuses on Portuguese religious architecture from the medieval to modern periods, with particular emphasis on the relationship between architecture and liturgy. Today, they will be co-presenting The Times Are A-Changin', 2 centuries of spatial management in the military hospital of the Castle of San Jorge, 16th century to the 16th to the 18th century Lisbon. So you guys want to take it away?
Thank you so much. We appreciate having this opportunity to do our presentation. Is already sharing?
Yes, you just need to make it bigger.
Okay, right.
Perfect.
So just to give an equation where our area of excavation, our project started in the Castle of São Jorge, and it was a project that started in 2017, and it's inside the area of the castle. We already had references on the other side of the street. There was the hospital of the soldiers. So just a bit of chronology for us to situate ourselves. There's reference that in 1592, an hospital of São Filipe and Santiago, its management passes to the Knight Hospitaller of São João de Deus. All this is during the Philippine dynasty with the Philip II of Spain and the first of Portugal. With the restoration of the independence in 1640, the beginning of the reign of Dom João IV, we see some alterations concerning in the documental fountains concerning this hospital. First, there's a royal decree funding this hospital with promoting the extension and improvement of the building. And in 1694, that's where we have the first reference concerning the cemetery of the hospital, the military hospital, regarding the disposition of the bodies being precarious, causing diseases in the area, and also the reference in terms of the sewer system being blocked all the time. So what we found during our excavation was the presence of a new building, a building that comes and annuls all the previous medieval evidences. We identified 5 rooms, 5 compartments with an outside area. We think we can visualize the kitchen, some cabinets for putting away things, the sewer system that was already documented, and an apothecary window and a storage area. Therefore, coming to life, the first hospital, military hospital in the area. So during our excavations, as we mentioned, we identified in this area a kitchen right here with a little oven. It has a stone pavement and divided with another area that has a pavement of ceramic tiles. So in terms of the sewer system, it was referenced already in the fountains, and it's important, the evolution from the 16th century, referring that that the pipe started in houses of the judges of the Vale leading to the prison. And then in the 17th century, it mentions that starts from the hospital and then follows the same path all the way to the prisons. This reference is important to and once again, the reference that there was a hospital in the area. And then we identified the same sewer system during our excavations. Here is an example of the cabinets. They were parallel on each side of the wall, the west wall and the east wall of this compartment. And in this area is going to be the storage area, and there is a big storage container in this compartment. And also there's ceramic tiles like evidenced in this area. So mentioned here what we think is an apothecary window, because windows during this time were rectangular shaped and usually just on the first floor of the house. This is on the ground floor. This apothecary window comes and annuls a medieval arch, and then there's a door to access to this other compartment. To the there is another compartment on this side, and here is the access point, like marked. The access to this central area would be the preparation of, since we are identifying as apothecary window, will be the definition of the apothecary area of work. In terms of the other compartment, is this one with we couldn't find a function to the same. It's this big area here. There was no evidence of what could possibly be the function. And then we have this outside area with a stone pavement. It has a middle wall and also has several pillars that probably supported a more fragile structure, not a temporary structure. So important is then the steps for the evolution, and it's created the first burial space in the most western area of our excavation, which we dominated as the phase 1 of the cemetery. It's located in this area, is delimited by a stone wall, so a very small stone wall. It's a single burial with a canonic burial, and it's the only one that's structure grave. Now, we are not sure if it's related with the care, patient care of the hospital. We come with the hypothesis that this is the first hospital in the military hospital in Castle of São Jorge, but we don't know for sure that this first burial is related with the patient treatment of the hospital itself. Following them, there's the deposit of a new rubble, and it's created a garden outside. In terms of our excavation, we found elements that support this hypothesis, with the delimitation of areas that will be for planting of herbs, vegetables, etc. Continue with the evolution of the space. It's created a new burial space, again in the most western area, always having a definite definition, delimitation, separation between the dead and the living. We start seeing this reality in phase 2. So it's located in this area, and the burials are again with canonic burials, the position, and they are singular. Following then, there's a new restructuration of the space. We think it's connected with that royal decree from 1660, related to the asking for funding for the expansion and improvement of the hospital, showing the importance that this hospital had in the military community. Therefore, all the structures that we saw were completely abandoned, and it's created with a big deposit, a new area that will become the cemetery of the military hospital. And it appears a second hospital that is located in the south side of the street in our intervention. This hospital this area already had archaeological diggings in the year 2000. This is what they identified was an imponent building with 2 floors, with tiles on the walls, with ceramic tiles on the floors. He had a garden outside as well with the cistern. The ceramic identified the Night Order, the Hospitallers of the São João de Deus, but also there were found ceramics that point that they used the apothecary in the convent of São Vicente de Fora, which again goes according to what we were saying before, that we had an apothecary on the other side of the street in the first hospital, and he actually disappeared with the beginning of the construction and preparing of this area as a cemetery. So this is the entrance of the cemetery signalized here. So really clearly separating the space of the living with the dead. There was no visual from the people passing on the street what was inside this area. It was accessed through a stairs. On the last step, the elements that probably had the evidence of a gate, then a stone pavement. Right at the entrance, the discovery of an oratory that represents the cross with the sun representing Jesus, and in these elements in black that we interpreted as the Knight's Hospital of São João de Deus. This represents a purgatory, this part in red, and where we have elements burning, waiting in the purgatory, and others elements ascending, already rising to heaven. So there's clearly here evidence of a space that's well planned and construction, thinking about not only the difference between living and the dead, but also pointing the importance of the night hospital of São João de Deus in the community, saying this is our space, we take care of these people, not only the body, but also the soul, but also consecrating the cemetery as a holy camp, so to speak. This representation, we think, could be associated with the canonization of João de Deus in the year of 1691. The chronology fits with the iconography of the images. So, as I said, all abandonment of all this area, you're going to see, but still there's three areas that were not abandoned. These 2 rooms and the storage area. They were not abandoned, they were still in use while the cemetery evolved in this space. One important thing that we found in a rubble deposit was this coat of arms of Dom João the fourth, sorry, which we think it's also significance of the importance of pointing that not only, as we mentioned before, this cemetery was ruled by the Knights Order of Hospitaller of São João de Deus, but also the king presence was notified that we did with the funding of the construction of the new hospital, making a position after the Restoration War was very important at the time. So this is all the area that we intervened during our excavation, but the area of the building, the actual building nowadays is much bigger. So what we think is probably all the way past this area, will be all cemetery all the way here. But this was just the area that we intervened with our excavation. So at this stage, we are in the phases 3 of our cemetery. There's a new deposit of rubble for the construction of the cemetery. We identified common graves, aligned in rows that didn't intercut each other, shows again planning. Again, it's a military hospital. It's all very standardized. The same happens with phase 4, sorry, with the double graves, again aligned in rows. These graves don't intercut the ones from phase 3, and all the burials so far also were in shrouds. We have evidence with the copper alloy pins, probably directed with the usage of the sheets where they lie in the hospital. So this phase 5, believed to be where the hospital was in full function. There's already intercut realities between several graves. There's the need of being strategic and planning and creating an area, a channel, to deposit of the bones that came from this intercutting, and then that affects a pragmatism, because there are so many that are buried in this small space. And also we already saw earlier in the beginning that there's a document from 1694 documenting actually this evidence that there were too many bodies related with the poor burial conditions in this cemetery. So at this stage happens the earthquake of 1755. The second hospital on the south side of the street collapses. We imagined, and then the cemetery starts being used by the hospital. However, there is another phase, the last phase of that we identify burials that are not in the canonic deposition, the north-south, south-north, maximum usage of all the space against walls, and for the first time, the presence of infant burials. At the total of our excavation, we found more than 1,000 burials, and individuals, it's more than 1,000 on the excavation area. So now it's going to my colleague present his part.
In 5 minutes, try to explain the main characteristics of a military hospital between the 16th to 18th century, in this particular case of the military hospital of Lisbon. So in this period, it's very characteristic, these 5 points to construct a military hospital ruled by the order of São João Deus, and they respect all those five points. And we can see with the archaeological evidences, some cases as Susanna showed us previously, most specifically with the apothecary and the cemetery. In the next slide, we create. Next slide, please, Susanna. The next slide, we used an engraving from the middle of the 17th century, from the neighborhood of the Santa Cruz, with the church of Santa Cruz, the castle of St. George, and the possible location of the military hospital of the Order of São João Deus and the military hospital of Lisbon near the wall exactly we have seen today. The next one show us, and to conclude this anatomy of the hospital, this is very simple resistation from the second half of the 18th century, when after the earthquake, they make the description of the ruins, probably the ruins from the hospital, and I translate here, and I try to identify here in this image with the area that correspond at the second hospital in of the military hospital. And the other side we had the cemetery. The archaeological evidences from the second hospital belongs here to this area, and from the documental evidences we have these references to these 3 wards from St. Lazarus, Our Lady of the Rosy, and St. Anne. This ward from St. Anne was built even in the 18th century. So the documental evidences that we collect for this research, we can create a timeline, and that timeline can give us the most important references, the most important chronology, since the possible foundation or construction of the hospital at the beginning of the reign of the Philip I of Spain, the first of Portugal, and the hospital, we know the name of hospitals called São Filipe and Santiago. Next one, please. And 9 years before, 9 years after, the military order of São João Deus were introduced and start the occupation of the hospital and rule the hospital. Since that, from the documents, some informations, for instance, the administrators, the next one, please, the physician, the apothecary, you can see here the name of physician, Diego Borges. And in this chronology, in 1694, we have that record from the visit from the Municipal Senate that give us an idea about the poor conditions of to bury, and the poor conditions of the cemetery of the Soldiers' Hospital. And that give us the idea to start looking for the books of deaths. And we start, and they give us the chance to rescue from anonymity some people who die in the military hospital. And from the chronology between 1702 and 1775, that 1702 is the first references to a person has been buried in the cemetery of the hospital. We can count more precisely 409 burials. We don't have until now. We can discover a book from the hospital. This book belongs to the dead of books of the parish of Santa Cruz, and we can identify three kind of people buried in the cemetery. The first one, the military personnel. It's very natural that we can find this kind of people buried here, and this is, and I had three or two examples for this case. And Domingos Fernandes, the next one from the prisoners, is a large number of the burials in the cemetery, and the most impressive is the civilians that have been buried in the cemetery. Since the nobleman, and the other one, the Manuel dos Santos, is a nurse, and the earthquake and the destruction of the hospital give us probably this man Domingos Ferreira dies with the wall probably for the hospital or the similar or a building from the border. Next one, please. Finish to conclude. And this is a very interesting reference from a slave woman was also probably buried in the cemetery of the hospital. So I pass the word to Susana to conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Carlos. We just want to finish by saying that this interdisciplinary investigation brought to life the first hospital from the 16th century in the castle area that evolved into a cemetery, and also brought to life a whole community that worked, was patient, and lived in the area. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, this is an excellent good Lord, an excellent display of the importance of interdisciplinary studies. So thank you so much. I mean, without your archaeology and your research, it's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. And so our final paper, yes, this is a 4-paper session, is from Robert Pigot. So Robert completed his PhD at the University of Huddersfield in 2019. His research focused on the effects of the decline of public worship in England on the Church of England's historic buildings and the role of volunteers in church building conservation. He currently his research centers on the effects of the establishment of the National Health Service on voluntary action in the post-war period. Robert will be presenting on religion and state medicine in 20th century England, the place and space of the hospital chapel. Robert?
Thanks. Can you see that?
I can.
Yes. Okay.
I just want to make it big.
Make it bigger. Trying to. Right.
Perfect.
Okay. So I'd just like to start by saying that I'm very pleased for having the opportunity to present my research at this conference and to have listened to the interesting papers already today. I should say that the paper is something of a work in progress, and the ongoing pandemic has meant that it's really dealt with lots of online resources, most of which have been digitized local newspapers. So it's been kind of at the mercy of what's actually been digitized, and it would be nice to have got out to an archive or to have visited some of these sites, but I haven't actually managed to do that. They remain kind of initial thoughts, so I'd welcome comments as well as questions if you have them at the end. These are the kind of areas that I'll be covering. I'll give you a quick overview of the literature and so on. And we're looking at the role of volunteers essentially in providing a chapel space in the National Health Service, which was a state-run service, but relied quite heavily on volunteers in the post-war period until into the 1950s after. So from medieval to contemporary constructions, hospital complexes in Great Britain and in lots of other places have included a worship space. And as we heard in the earlier paper, the chapel was in fact the first building on the site, wasn't it? But the meaning, or at least the significance of these places has arguably changed over time and changed over the past century as the hospital has changed. But as ritual spaces, they've met the need for worship, for baptism, a place to be married even, and met these needs of patients, their families, and of medical staff too. And they continue to be used in similar ways today. The importance of the chapel space within the hospital appears now to have been diminished. And a prominent writer on chaplaincy, Christopher Swift, has argued that there's currently a crisis of spiritual care within the British National Health Service. Whilst perhaps we should be wary of this as a kind of rhetorical strategy that's often used by Christians throughout the history of Christianity in modern Britain as a way of kind of galvanizing the faithful, we should definitely note that there's a sort of modification of the meaning of religious spaces in the hospital in the 20th century. As Swift has noted, really there's very little evidence, very little has been written, about the role of the chaplain or of the chapel within the hospital service, especially in the 20th century. And one of the key articles that we have as secondary sources that was Sophie Gillett-Ray's article there, you can see, who traced the changing position of the chapel, changing from a chapel to a prayer room over the past 2 or 3 decades. But beyond this, very little kind of attention has been paid to the place of the chapel within British histories of medical histories of the 20th century. But there is plenty of evidence that the chapel space remained important to both patients and to medical staff, even into the post-war period, as perhaps religion, well, was starting to decline in importance, perhaps, although there's all those matters about secularization are an area of debate in British history. The continued value of placed on these spaces also helps to evidence competing conceptions of medical care. Moreover, as I hope to show in this paper, by looking at fundraising for hospital chapels in the 1950s, we can see the ongoing importance of Christian-inspired voluntary action in the new National Health Service. This might be slightly surprising given that it was now a state service with medical care solely funded by the public purse. However, voluntary action continued after nationalisation, and there were clear continuities with the way hospital services had been managed prior to 1948. Indeed, I want to show that the hospital chapel itself kind of becomes the site of a special focus for people who want to maintain those continuities, keeping that link between Christianity and voluntary action within the health service for at least the first kind of decade or so of the National Health Service inception. As we can see here, Christopher Swift in his book, he starts with a reflection on having been presented by plans for a new oncology unit when he was the head of a chaplaincy service in the National Health Service in 2001. You can see that the architects had come up with the plans for the service, but they'd not included a provision of a chapel, despite the size, and there was no room for spiritual expression, as he put it. And for Swift, this is indicative of a materialist view of health, which fails to emulate the past or recognise the pastoral needs of people receiving difficult diagnoses or for their relatives who visit them, as you can see that there. While not seeking to contradict Swift, and he has a lot of useful things to say, and it's definitely clear that the value placed on the hospital chapel has changed. I think, though, we should be careful not to represent the health service as always having unproblematically catered for the kind of pastoral care that Swift is interested in. And indeed, the hospital chaplaincy service is perhaps better funded and better organised today than it was at the inception of the National Health Service. In terms of chapel provision too, we should present a tempered picture. Although Aneurin Bevan, a Labour politician, architect of the NHS, had promised that there'd be provision for chapel space, in the NHS hospitals. Up until Enoch Powell's hospital plan of 1962, the Conservative governments that kind of followed Labour from 1951 onwards, they were very reluctant to spend any money on hospital building programmes, and indeed targeted the National Health Service for spending cuts amidst what they perceived as rising costs that they felt were getting out of control. Within this, though, chapels were built, but despite the state's assumption for of the control of medical care, much of that fundraising was left up to volunteers, particularly through organisations known as Hospital Leagues of Friends, which I'll talk about a bit more in a minute. Rather than as indicative of kind of a spiritual crisis in the National Health Service, as it were, the failure to provide that chapel space in 2001 more or less reflects changed priorities within wider society, perhaps. I should note, just returning to that issue about secularization, and just to provide some context of the paper, the period of the 1950s, which I'm dealing with here, has been seen, in Britain, has been seen most prominently by Alan Brown, historian, as Britain's last period of Britain's last religious revival, a return to piety, he says, before a more kind of secular 1960s. That all remains a matter of debate, as I said earlier on, but we can still see that religion and religious worship remains an important issue for politicians and for the public in the period that I'm talking about. So we've seen Swift's sort of concerns about the character of healthcare, the character of medical care being given in the hospital, and those concerns by the clergy are fairly long-standing. Although Rudolf Klein famously characterised the establishment of the NHS as an act of social communion, and he identified the competing models of the services as moving from church to garage. So the garage is basically where you go in to get your body fixed, and but obviously the church is a place that is sacred. Those are kind of good metaphors for the different values placed on the NHS and by politicians who oversaw it, but they arguably allied the attitudes of Christians to the new service in 1948 and just before. The creation of the NHS, National Health Service, in 1948 entailed the nationalisation of the voluntary hospitals. Many of the voluntary hospitals had explicit links to Christian congregations, either through fundraising practices or with members of clergy sitting on their committees. Indeed, a number of the hospitals that were disclaimed by the Minister of Health, that is, that remained independent after 1948, did so on the basis of their religious connections. These links to congregations for fundraising were often centred on the practice of Hospital Sunday. That is one Sunday a year given over to collections for the local hospital. They happened in different days and different places, but they kind of started by the 1870s, Hospital Sunday, and by the interwar period, the 1920s and 30s. They had become particularly sophisticated. They got brass bands, parades, a special service of worship that brought together medical professionals and local dignitaries with the congregations in the parish church, or a nonconformist place of worship. So in 1948, by eliminating the need to fundraise for medical care, the National Health Service effectively threatened these long-standing links between the hospitals and the Christian congregations. In response, you can see here that the clergymen basically raised concerns about the potential character of care in the new service, and we return to that issue of this materialist versus spiritual conception of medical care that that's Christopher Swift's kind of interested in. Sorry, bear with me. So it was felt basically that by the clergy that the service would gain in efficiency, but by merely treating the patients as the sick, it wouldn't be treating them as the whole person. So it resulted in what one clergyman in one of the sermons prior to 1948 called a very hard, a very cold service. Wait a second. A very hard and cold and less kindly hospital service. Sorry. So if charitable work was essentially that means of maintaining a spiritual dimension of medical care, it was further challenged by a Ministry of Health circular in January of 1949. As you can see, the circular banned, quotes, direct or indirect participation of boards, hospital boards, in appealing for funds, and as this would create the false impression that hospitals were still dependent on voluntary financial help. Although the circular allowed for the contribution of voluntary action, so voluntary service, within the hospitals, all fundraising activities for medical care, and medical care is the key point here, were to cease. So this was effectively seen at the time, as you can see from the headline there, that as a ban on hospital Sundays. Although hospital Sundays continue to be held in the face of the ban, and in fact the Bishop of Lichfield was continuing to call for a kind of revival of hospital Sundays, for it to be celebrated more widely, well into the 1960s. So hospital Sunday did continue, but I dealt a bit of a blow by this. Arguably, though, that ruling, the 1949 circular, opened up a kind of space, opened up a kind of space for fundraising for non-medical care within the British hospitals. And despite the ruling, the post-war period saw the growth of the organisations known as Hospital Leagues of Friends, I referred to earlier on. Sort of organisations dedicated to providing hospital comforts, and as I say, that's non-medical care within the hospital. Indeed, the ban was kind of short-lived, and the Conservatives, when they returned to power in 1951, the incoming Minister, incoming Minister of Health, Harry Cruikshanks, essentially overturned the ruling. Both Cruikshanks and his successor, Ian MacLeod, were keen to promote the work of the Hospital Leagues of Friends and voluntary action within the hospital. And the more cynical amongst us perhaps might see this as a way of them papering over the cracks of an underfunded public service. The Friends groups were individual organisations of volunteers attached to particular hospitals, although there was an overarching national league too. At their inception, they were strongly connected to the churches, participated in hospital Sunday services, organised their own hospital Sunday services. And indeed, hospital chaplains were also strongly involved within the Hospital Leagues of Friends as well, so there's clergy involvement as well. The continuing Christian character of the Hospital Leagues of Friends, though, can be clearly seen within the chapel appeals that they launched throughout the 1950s. These chapel funds either aim to build a new chapel or to raise money to improve the existing one. Many chapel spaces have been negatively affected by the Second World War and also by the encroachment of medical use. Both the Portsmouth Royal Hospital and Middlesex Hospital Chapel were hit during bombing raids during the 1940s. I haven't actually managed to find a list of hospitals affected in this way for this paper, but there must have been other chapels that met the same fate, because you can see here when presenting a paper, his report of the Chaplaincy Association, the Archdeacon of Wells, which is in Somerset, he drew attention to the cases where the chapel had been put out of use by bombs. He also drew attention to places where chapels had been taken over for other work, and he called for them to be returned to their original purposes. All of this was perhaps precipitated by conflict at Warneford Hospital earlier in the year. You can see that there, and the proposals to divide up the hospital chapel and to make it turn it over for use by the for X-ray facilities. And you can see that the Bishop of Coventry is very concerned with that. Later in the year, the Archdeacon of Bath, addressing a district branch of the Royal College of Nursing, quotes, "Looked forward to a day when the hospital chapel will be looked on as an important part of the hospital as the operating theatre." However, in looking to find space to provide needed medical services amidst a dearth of capital funding, hospital management committees appear to have continued to target the hospital chapel. At Sunderland Royal, for instance, in 1953, it was reported that the chapel formed a busy, although apparently temporary, outpatients department. And again, in 1962, the Chester City Hospital, it was being proposed to give the chapel there over to maternity services after a smaller place of worship, worship space had been created the previous year. Thus, with some of the chapels being converted to medical uses, we can see that that boundary between the materialist and the spiritual conception of care appears to have been shifting quite literally. With their chapel appeals, Hospital Leagues of Friends pretty much just setting out to shift that boundary in the opposing direction, I'd say. Numerous examples of chapel funds can be found. You can see some of them in the newspapers. You can see some of them evidenced here. And And they range basically from, plans to furnish the existing chapel space. Installation of new stained glass windows is very popular, or to build a new building outright. As you can see there, some of this work is very, there are lots of money being dedicated to it. So £6,000 there at the Queen Alexandra Hospital, or say a fairly small amount of money, £150 there to convert a bedroom it was into a staff chapel at the Luton and Dunstable Hospital. Just for a bit of reference, average weekly wage at this time, or from 1951, is about £9, £9 2 shillings. So yeah, you can do the calculations. We can see also Christian congregations providing furnishings for hospital chapels too, maintaining that link through provision of furnishings. Also, if we look particularly at the St Mary's Hospital, Milton, and at Queen Alexandra Hospital, St Mary's Hospital in Portsmouth, and neighbouring Queen Alexandra Hospital at Cosham. So that's St Mary's there. You can see the sketch of the building. We can see them meeting the perceived needs for chapel space at the time, as well as the role of voluntary action in providing them. At St Mary's, Chapel, that was finished in 1957, and the Friends Group had made building a new chapel a priority from early on. In 1948, communicants at the hospital had used a box room attached to the nurses' common room, and subsequently an occupational therapy hut was gradually transformed for worship. Now that occupational therapy hut seated about 100 people, which is quite a lot, but it could only be used on Sundays, and it was deemed to be too far from the hospital wards and to be suitable for patients and visitors. You can see the new design here. It's got a covered walkway. It's linked to the wards that way, and it had space for wheelchair users too. Cosham too, the importance of voluntary action in providing these spaces is underlined. So that hospital, as you can see, that cost about £6,000. That hospital chapel, cost about £6,000, and it resulted from 16,000 appeal letters being sent out. £1,000 of it, so a sixth of the cost, was raised by medical staff through fundraising, and collection boxes in the wards raised about £450. So all of those different aspects of coming together to fund that hospital chapel through voluntary action. Fundraising endeavours also evidence a continuity of fundraising practices between the era of the National Health Service and the previous era of the voluntary hospital. Just as in the hospitals in the interwar had benefited from gifts in kind and associational activities, so that's eggs, rags and whist drives, as the paper by Hayes and Doyle put it. The Hospital Leagues of Friends continued these practices, and you can see that at the 1950, the Yeatman Hospital in Sherborne is benefiting from a gift of eggs from a Mr. Forrest, as well as some books. So there's clear continuities there. And associational activities too abound. There's plenty, lots of evidence of it. So you can see there's a carol concert, whist drive. Raising £14 through cards, through a card thing, by playing cards. So these are these activities basically link volunteers and fundraising organisations to the hospital chapel, and other organisations like the Queen Elizabeth Linen League organised a yearly dance, and they put the money put some of the money towards providing fresh flowers for the hospital chapel. Other organisations, you can see here the Wrexham, the Rotary Club's quite involved in building a hospital chapel at the War Memorial Hospital. They've got local motor club involved. At Selly Oak, the Women's Voluntary Service provided wireless equipment so that the chapel service could be broadcast to the patients. Moving that boundary, the spiritual care back into the wards through new technologies. They also provided an altar frontal and a pyx for the chapel itself, and there's numerous other examples. Okay, so to conclude, then. In the 1950s, amidst a basic lack of capital funding for works, and in a period of remaining religious strength, Christian-inspired voluntary action continued to be relied upon by the National Health Service. With the inception of the service, this appeared to have been under threat, but growing from the work of the Hospital Leagues of Friends, the growing work of the Hospital Leagues of Friends showed that the voluntary spirit basically remained in service of healthcare. This work was extensive, and it was aimed at humanizing hospital care. At least that's how they saw it, and building chapels through chapel appeals, that was just one part of it. But by beautifying the chapel or building an entirely new one, that appears to have been, but beautifying the chapel or building an entirely new one appears to have been a priority for these groups, and they evidence the Christian character of the Hospital Leagues of Friends. As we've seen, the chapel appeals linked voluntary groups together with Christian congregations and other charitable organisations, and thus we can see the hospital chapel maintaining the traditions of that earlier era. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. That was wonderful. It's good to see that the medieval tradition of donating foodstuffs to hospitals endured into the 20th century. I appreciated the reference to eggs. And the question of the importance of listening to liturgy and things like that as being considered part of the overall scope of healing, as liturgy, attending Mass, hearing Mass, being in contact with that kind of thing as being central to the care of the body as well as the spirit. So beautiful fourth Lateran connections. Awesome, fantastic. We're now going to open up everything to questions. I already have a small backlog, so I promise to get to your questions, but feel free to ask questions in the interim by tapping them out, putting them in the chat below, or if you are on YouTube, hello, please put them in the comment box on the right-hand side of your screen. So our first question comes from Sarah. She says, thank you for your fascinating paper, Marta. So this is for Marta. The older medieval hospitals tended to be built outside the city walls. Was this true of Our Lady of Light Hospital, and did this have any effect on its future development? Marta?
What? I'm here.
Hi, no, you just...
Okay. Thank you, Sarah, for your question. Well, at this time, the site of light was a rural landscape, and we only have the small village of Carnide. It was about 5 kilometers from Lisbon, which I suppose at that time it was a little bit far. And the construction of the site began with the convent. And then came the intervention of Princess Mary, and then the hospital. And after that, the site of light began to construct almost by himself as a religious center with another 2 convents of the Franciscans and Carmelites. After that, it was like that for about 200 years, with the small village of Carnide and the religious site of Luz. And after the earthquake, the problems began, and all of that construction and all of its growth began to fall. So I don't know if...
Oh, that's great. Thank you. I think you did a great job answering the question. All right, so this is from the YouTube chat. Hervé Didier and Christophe Baudry. They wanted to address the people who talked about hospitals in Lisbon, is there any information about the library in terms of like of these institutions? So the library or the archives. They are mainly asking about Santos, but they're curious in general about like preservation of libraries and or archives from these institutions. So that's for Marta, Susana, Andre, anyone, Carlos. So anything about the survival of archives or libraries?
Well, I can answer. And first, actually, we don't have any documents preserved for strictly connect from the military hospital. Okay, we in the national no, that's not correct. In the National Archive, we preserve some documents that make the references to the military hospital of the Castle of St. George, but directly from books from that or until now we can discover, and then our research is reaching at that level to achieve another informations to conclude some aspects for the architectural details from the military hospital.
I'm sorry, Anna. I don't think I've understand your question about the.
Oh, okay. About the survival of the archive or library from the hospital. Like, do we have any documents that have survived from there, been moved somewhere else, or that kind of question?
Okay. We from Our Lady of Light, we don't have many documents. Only a few of them are in Torre do Tombo, in the historic archive of Torre do Tombo, and there are just a few. I could say about 5 or 6 books, expensive books, and from the convent and the hospital.
Oof, that's sad. Thank you. Sylvia, can you speak to the library or any of the documents that might have survived from the hospital?
Sorry?
No, to Sylvia.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Sorry. Regarding the survival of documents that were kept in the hospital.
Unfortunately, no. We have some documents in the National Archives, like Torre do Tombo, and those documents are about the daily life, not so much about the architecture. The architectural aspects of the building are about the daily life. That's all we have until now, of course.
Yeah, pretty common. Thank you. So our next question is from Christina Maria, but Edith is going to help me with this because it is in Portuguese. Edith?
Yeah, thank you, Anna. Christina Maria make a question to Marta in the YouTube chat, but in Portuguese. I will read it, Marta, and we will try to translate it together, please.
Okay.
Cristina Maria pergunta: para um hospital situado em Carnide, ou seja, no chamado termo de Lisboa, ou Lisboa extramuros, podemos considerar que era um hospital muito moderno para a época? esse sinal de modernidade arquitetónico, organizacional, funcional, etc., estará relacionado com o facto de receber variados doentes de várias proveniências, peregrinos pobres, doentes de Lisboa, que exigiam um eficaz e moderno funcionamento? Ou a Ordem de Cristo era uma ordem visionária a esse nível? I think it's more or less the hospital of Our Lady of Light in Carnide is in the suburbia of Lisbon, and she asked if we can consider a very modern hospital for that time. And if it is related to the sick people coming for various places, or was the other of Christ visionary in this aspect? It's more or less. What do you think, Marta?
Well, I think it is a conjunct, very aspects with the Order of Christ and with the Infanta, and even with the architects who worked here. Well, the Order of Christ was passing through a new reality because his military arm was extincted, and then he became, they became to just a religious order. That was an impact, a huge impact in the life of the order. And I suspect, or I think, that the social line could be one another reality or a new reality for the order. Then came the Princess Mary. She was an intellectual of its time. She was always surrounded by architects, artists, writers, and I think that influenced too this modern structure, and also the architects worked here. That one of them was Balthazar Alves. The chapel is from the hospital chapel is from Balthazar Alves, and he was in Italy for a couple of months, and then he applies in Portugal most of the news of Renaissance and classical news that were in Italy at the moment, and then he brought all that treatises, innovations, and put it in the hospital. He and the other architects at the same time, and then I think it's all of them worked that the Hospital of Our Lady of Light could be that could have that innovative program, architectural program, and it doesn't end in the building, because I think it's an architect and urban project. The Pilgrim's Yard have a true connection with the two buildings, and I think that could be in the first project. This will be all. This idea will be in the old project, or a sanctuary with a convent, with the hospital, and with the Pilgrim's Yard. And this makes an urban visual connection with the buildings, with the people, with the pilgrims, and well, I think it's just not end in the hospital.
Thank you, Martha. I appreciate that. So the next question is from Sarah, and this is for Robert. So she says, fantastic paper. Do you think the banning of chaplains of all faiths from wards during the COVID crisis is evidence of the final push to mechanize care within the NHS?
Perhaps I should start by saying that's slightly beyond my competence, and I haven't got the evidence to say either way. So my feelings on it are just feelings. I'd suggest, though, that the chaplaincy service continues to be valued by MPs, and so I don't think it's a final push of the medicalisation or materialist conception of medical care. But I think that the hospitals, within this period have been operating under very serious conditions. So, they want to maintain a situation where the virus doesn't spread. So they've taken tough decisions in that process. So I don't think it's the final push. No, I think that's my suggestion.
Good. I don't know. That sounds good to me. Thank you. So this is from Joanna to Susana and Carlos. Where were the infirmaries located in the older building in relation to the excavated spaces?
We have 3 rooms that we cannot determine the function of the same, but we believe will be the room that is the largest, which is located to the west side of the kitchen, because the apothecary window leads to the east side. So it will be another function to but we cannot determine. But we believe it will be that big room to the west of the kitchen.
Awesome. Thank you. So Joe Curran wrote a question, says another brilliant session. Thanks, Joe. He has a question for Robert as well. Was there cooperation between different Christian donations in relation to the chapels, or is there any evidence of conflict? I think you meant denomination.
Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence of conflict. I don't think the Catholics played any part in these chapel building exercises, and I think they had their own kind of system going on. The hospital funding in the previous periods had basically formed a focus of ecumenical action, if that's the right way of putting it. So cooperation between the denominations was taking place within the hospital Sundays, and not just Christian congregations, but also Jewish synagogues too. So there's a good paper by Carmen Manjan, basically about the role of the Metropolitan Hospital Sunday Fund in sort of combating sectarianism within the voluntary hospitals. And that interdenominational cooperation continues into the post-war periods. And in fact, as far as I know, from my research so far, that the hospital chapel is continues to be a place where ecumenical action, where congregations, denominations come together to work to provide that spiritual care. So it's sort of a place, it kind of facilitates cooperation between the congregations, as far as I know.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, thank you for denominations. So this is from John to Martha. To what extent can you say that the architectural plan of the hospital reflected medical theory at the time?
I think in what I have read in the documents I found, there was a big organization in all these medical practices, and I think the architecture, it's clear, it's functional, and it reflects somehow this organization of the medical practices. I can tell you that the doctor, the surgeon, the nurse lived in the hospital. They have hours, specific hours to see the patients, and then usually they have a belt in the entrance, and they ring the bell 1, 2, 3, or 4 times as an example, if it was the surgeon, the nurse, or the doctor. There is a lot of organization. The cleanliness has to be very, very organized, and has to be very specific, and well, let me see. I don't know if I can tell you much more. It's very functional and organized, everything, it seems, what I have found.
Excellent, thank you, Marta. So we have a question from Joanna to Andre. Despite the alterations on the corridor, there were other unknown spatial characteristics of the hospital that the archaeological excavation reveals?
The archaeological record reveals many transformations in the hospital. What we know is that the hospital starts in the 16th century with 3 infirmaries, and in the late 18th century, 22 infirmaries. So there are many transformations that I'm study in my thesis, and we hope to reveal and to share with all of you very soon.
Thank you very much. So Edith is going to assist me again with a question that was asked by, apologies, Carlos.
Ok, thank you, Ana. Uma pergunta para o André e a equipa. Nas considerações que fazem sobre a evolução arquitetónica do Hospital Real de Todos os Santos, consideram analisar as vivências do cotidiano descritas na documentação, justificar alguma alteração ou remodelação do espaço físico? In English, do you consider analyzing the daily life described in the document, to study the documents to know the daily life, to justify alterations in physical space?
Okay, answering in English, in Portuguese.
In English, please.
In English. So, yes, we know where are the 3 main infirmaries. An information that are given to us from the documental resources. But we don't know, for example, where are the kitchen, other rooms in the hospital. But we can have a clue about that from the material culture that we are studying now, and we hope that this study give us some clues about the transformation and the evolution of this space, this hospital.
Thank you. All right, so this is, yes, going to be our final question. This is from the YouTube comment section from Yuping Zhou, I believe. This is for Susanna. I noticed that the hospital complex contains an apothecary. Was this arrangement common in Lisbon's hospitals, or were such apothecaries later separated from the hospital complex?
We believe that the apothecary was part of the first hospital complex. It was actually the middle room in the whole complex. Afterwards, when it was transformed in a cemetery, the second hospital on the south side of the street that evolved start using another apothecary belonging to the convent of São Vicente de Fora. But it was part of the first original hospital. That's the hypothesis that we came up after the excavation. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. All right. Thank you, everyone. I know it's a very long session with 4 papers, but you all did fantastic. And I really appreciate it. Your papers were wonderful and really added both to our knowledge of archaeology, religious life, and death care. So we will be taking a, more like 17-minute break. And we will be reconvening at 5:30 Lisbon time. Excuse me, 5:45 Lisbon time for session 4, which is our final session of today. All right, go take a break. You deserve it.
coming in. I couldn't get it on my phone, so.
Sarah.
Hello.
Hello. We can start.
Lovely.
So I will ask you. You want a minute because
No,
we will start streaming in YouTube.
Lovely. So is it coordinated now? Should we just start, or you'd let me know when to start?
You can start now.
Okay, thank you. And just wanted to say great big welcome to Space in the Hospital Conference final session of the day, where we'll be thinking about hospitals in cities, revitalising and shaping urban environments. My name is Dr. Sarah Leonard Brown. I'm from Birkbeck College, University of London. So in the 1970s, the philosopher Henry Lefebvre wrote that public space is physically shaped by the private spaces that surround it. And in 2002, historian Vanessa Harding expanded this idea by suggesting that public spaces derive some of their character, both architectural and spatial, from the private spaces around them. Therefore, the relationship between hospitals and the urban environment is complex, and this session of Space in the Hospital Conference seeks to explore those ideas. We've got a wonderful group of speakers who between them cover several continents across the world. They will be speaking about the relationship between hospitals and the environment across an enormous timeline from the late Middle Ages to the modern era. Just a reminder to the speakers, we need to make sure that the papers keep to 20 minutes and to ensure that everyone has the time to speak and we have time to answer questions. So I'll be really strict about this. I'll give you a warning when you've got 5 minutes left in the chat window. If you have questions as members of the audience, both on Zoom and on YouTube, you're all really welcome. We're delighted to have you with us. Then please write them in the chat window and we'll discuss them at the end after all the presenters have delivered their papers. So firstly, I'm delighted to welcome Ana Claudia Silveira from the University Nova de Lisboa. Ana is currently preparing a PhD thesis on the urban settlement of Setúbal and the relationship established with the Order of Santiago. She is a research member of the Instituto de Estudos Medievais. She'll be speaking on the hospital network in Setúbal during the late Middle Ages, shaping an urban landscape in a Portuguese town. So many thanks, Ana. Over to you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I wish to express my gratefulness to the organization for accepting my proposal. And with no further delay, I will share my screen. Okay. The focus of our research is the city of Setúbal in Portugal during the 13th to the beginning of the 16th centuries. It seems that due to the exceptional conditions offered by the mouth of the Sado River, Setúbal has been designated to embrace a singular role among the Portuguese estates of the military order of Santiago. In fact, during the 14th century, as a consequence of the economic development lived in Europe since the 11th century, and also due to the political and military stabilization of this region, the portuary settlement of Setúbal, located in the Sado estuary, was able to reinforce its position between the other urban spaces of the military order of Santiago. As you see here, we have the network of commanderies of the military order of Santiago in Portugal, mainly concentrated in the southern part of the country and also in the littoral area around Setúbal, which is here represented. And this, in fact, is a very important port by the geographical conditions it has. Thanks to the fisheries, the exploitation of salt marshes, and linked to that, the development of trade, including international trade, the Order of Santiago received from Setúbal an important rent, which became the main source of income of the Mesa Mestral of the Military Order of Santiago, the administrative head of government of the institution. Therefore, Setúbal reinforced its position between the other urban spaces of the Portuguese domains of the Military Order of Santiago, due to the strategic and economic importance of its port, and also due to the increasing political relevance of its community, justifying the frequent presence of the Master of the Order in this urban space. Besides their specialized participation in war, fighting the Muslims and defending sacred places, the military orders also combined military service and charitable work, and their houses were often among the local network of charitable institutions, including in urban centers where the need of hospitals increased according to the population growth, economic dynamics, or the development of pilgrimage routes. Recent research has shown that there is a coincidence of the location of many houses of the military orders and important traveled roads, including the most important transhumance routes, as well as a coincidence with the pilgrimage routes. In this scope, the Portuguese branch of the Military Order of Santiago is a good example, since after the Reconquista was able to concentrate its main interests in the south of the Portuguese territory, controlling the Campo de Ourique region, the main pasture area in the realm, as well as the southern itinerary of the Way of St. James of Compostela. We see here the concentration of property around Campo de Ourique, where the order had several commanderies. In this time, the Way of St. James de Compostela was under consolidation as the main peninsular pilgrimage center by that time. Besides the central military role of the Order of Santiago in the conquest of the southern territories under the patronage of St. James, the institution also developed its charitable vocation, putting into practice the creation of hospitals for the poor, the sick and pilgrims, supporting those traveling along the Way of St. James, and even promoting the pilgrimage to the tomb of St. James at Compostela. The presence of these hospitals within the domains of the Military Order of Santiago hasn't been object of research, although they are often object of inspection during the regular visits made by the order to the several commanderies in the 15th and 16th centuries. In some cases, these hospitals were not managed by the military orders, but instead by lay confraternities, such as the Confraria da Anunciada in Setúbal, already documented by the beginning of the second quarter of the 14th century. Anunciada is the older lay confraternity we find in this urban center, but later on we also find other similar institutions. Some were founded by particular individuals, like the Hospital of João Palmeiro, the Hospital of Catarina Martins, but others were managed by confraternities, like Hospital and Confraternity of Corpo Santo, this one assembling fishermen and owners of vessels, or the Hospital and Confraternity of the Holy Spirit. Probably, and we see here some of these buildings, like Hospital de João Palmeiro and Hospital of Corpo Santo, that still remain in the city of Setúbal, the former Hospital of the Holy Spirit, the former leper hospital, by which we don't have the documentation, but it remains the port, the entrance of this hospital, and further on the Misericordia. And the location of these institutions in the urban plan. Here we find Confraria of Anunciada outside of the wall of the city, and we will talk about this. This confraternity of Anunciada will be the most important one in the city, and assembled many persons connected with the Order of Santiago. The military Order of Santiago enjoyed lordship over Setúbal, and during the first half of the 14th century had already achieved to establish a house in this urban settlement, strategically located in order to control the commercial activity of this maritime port. Around this settlement, an urban quarter was established in plots of land belonging to the order, following a regular urbanism proper of a planned urban operation. Besides that, the Order of Santiago also had other property in the immediate surroundings of the town, and achieved to increase this domain, either buying other estates or promoting the urbanization of a marshland area, following the same strategies known for other territories controlled by military religious orders. It's precisely in this suburban and marshy area that the confraternity of Anunciada will not only establish an hospital here, but also organize a suburbia, leasing plots of land with the obligation to erect new houses along an existing road. The task was possible by the fact that this was a less occupied area, in the most part conquered from the waters by the construction of canals, and where it was necessary to drain the existing marshes. The urbanization of this marshland area gave origin to a suburb, the Troino Quarter, which has grown during the 14th and 15th centuries. And we see here the location of the main house of the order in Setúbal, near the portuary area, and also the former location of this quarter of Troino along an existing road, but in the 14th century, the occupation of this part of the surroundings of the city and the increasing growth that it has known, it's possible to understand a first phase of occupation of this area. And further on, during the 15th and 16th centuries, new areas of this suburbia underwent also a transformation by the integration on the urban fabric, since new leasing contracts were established, this time with the direct intervention of the military order of Santiago, in order to promote the construction of new houses. And we find here these new occupations of the 15th and 16th centuries. The institution also organized the opening of new streets and established rules concerning the ordination of the area. As elsewhere, in Setúbal, this period was marked by urban expansion, either via the foundation of a new settlement in the previous village, and also via the expansion of the suburbs surrounding the town walls. As other ecclesiastical institutions elsewhere, the commandery of the military order of Santiago had a catalytic role in the leading of this process and was an agent of urban and demographic growth. It also benefited from the urban and demographic growth that made possible to increase the income of the institution by tax collection, the valorization of real estate, and the increasing economic dynamics known by this urban settlement in the end of the Middle Ages. However, the contribution of the hospital and Confraria da Anunciada in the process was also essential, and this institution was highly considered locally and distinguished with a considerable number of donations that contributed to the fact of the confraternity would be able to control an important amount of property in Setúbal, managing dozens of houses in the urban center and other assets in the surroundings. Prosopographical research enabled to understand the ties engaging the Order of Santiago to the members of this confraternity and their relation with local government. The participation of the officers and knights of the Military Order of Santiago in this institution, assuring sometimes its administration, is confirmed at least since the middle of the 14th century, and it is possible to identify between its members even one of the administrators of the order during the 15th century, the infant Dom Fernando, as well as his son, the King Manuel I. The institution seems to have been a very influential organization in urban life, contributing to the development of a fellowship between its members and probably for the establishment of a community of interests. This individual participation and investment in emerging opportunities, as well represented by some of these men, whose cursus honorum is possible to rebuild, and they are connected with the administration of the confraternity, but also with local government, acting as officers of the king or officers of the military order of Santiago, sometimes all of these in the same person. Furthermore, the importance of the architectural and artistic investments made by these healthcare institutions can be seen as a form of expressing their importance in the urban daily life, and also as a form of social and political ceremonial, performing the power and the prestige of the represented institutions and of the city itself. Building and managing such a powerful institution was a way of proclaiming the qualities of those men, families, and groups that were involved in their administration, many of them also related with the Order of Santiago, and therefore to contribute to their consolidation and to their social and political ambitions. Thus, the hospital and Confraria da Anunciada played an essential role linking the Order of Santiago to the secular world and fulfilling the religious and charitable activities pursued by this institution, in particular in a recently urbanized space and in a suburban area where new religious experiences could start, in particular related with a new spirituality marked by a practical and effective approach to the poor and marginalized. To conclude, I would like to stress that the relation of the military religious orders with the hospital network and with lay confraternities deserves future research, and that it seems to be particularly promising in order to better understand either the intervention of these institutions in the implementation of urbanization programs in some sectors of towns, as well as the connections established with local government. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Anna. That was fantastic, beautifully to time. Thank you, and really interesting. I loved the way that you brought together all those intertwining threads. I mean, it's such a complex thing, the development of the community, and there was the topography and the interaction with pilgrimage routes and development of confraternities in the local community. It was very impressive portraiture of the complexities of that interaction. Thank you very much. So next, our next speaker is Alfred Stefan Weiss from the University of Salzburg and Elisabeth Lovenwein from Alpen Adria University of Klagenfurt. Alfred Stefan Weiss is from the University of Salzburg's History Department, and he's written numerous essays and books on the history of hospitals, poverty, sexuality, medicine, criminality in the Austrian regions. And Elisabeth Lobenwein is from the University of Klagenfurt's Institute of History, and her research focuses on the social history of medicine, personal testimonials, and the history of the mentality of the early modern period, Enlightenment and reform absolutism, and the cultural history of politics. And they'll be speaking about early modern times. We're moving forward quite a way here. Early modern times, hospitals as sensory places, the example of Austria and southern Germany. Many thanks.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and many thanks to the organizers of this conference for having us and for giving us the opportunity to talk about early modern hospitals as sensory places and give some examples from Austria and southern Germany. So I hope you can see, yeah. Our thesis is that city and market towns, residents or travelers could recognize hospitals of the early modern period by specific means of sensory impressions. The theoretical concept of direct socialization developed by the German sociologist Heinrich Poppitz draws on Martina Löw's well-known book on the sociology of space, whereby space is not just a physical object. Space is to be understood as a product of social processes, which include regulations and statutes, and which also include human beings. And this further means that not only the inmates, but also, for example, the highest employees of the hospitals, like, for example, the hospital master and his wife, they all were part of a social spatial construction that can be considered characteristic of a so-called closed space as the early modern hospital. Hospital residents, employees, and visitors, as well as passers-by, were not simply subject to sensory impressions, but they rather perceived sensory spaces quite differently. In hospitals, which were very often considered so-called antechambres of death for the poor, they were there was a frequent so-called, in the sources we can read, so-called a collective farmyard smell due to the pervading uncleanliness and the severe health conditions of the residents. However, one can assume that people of early modern times reacted less sensitively to this smell. Nevertheless, this smell attributed to the poor was regularly criticized, and we have a lot of sources where this smell is being criticized. The objects of our research have literally largely evaporated because sensory events of early modern times are no longer tangible. Thus, it is only possible to trace sensory practices via, for example, written documents or pictures. An example from Innsbruck in Tyrol in Austria may clarify the theoretical location of the sensory place in the vicinity of a hospital. An illustrated leaflet, which you can see here from 1620, shows the seriously ill carpenter Wolfgang Scheider asking for alms. It is likely that he suffered from paraplegia at a young age, something that caused him to be able to control only his eyes and his tongue. It can be assumed that during the summer he vagated almost naked in front of the doors of the Innsbruck Trinity Church near the old University of Innsbruck, in a dramatic staging in the immediate vicinity of the plague hospital. The man lay on a bed of towels and cushions to avoid bed sores and to garner donations at the same time. At night and during the colder months of the year, he was most probably protected from the cold with blankets. This well thought out setting was created with the intent of exhorting passers-by to repentance and to devotion in the house of God. A cross on the ledge above the sick man indicated additionally that although the body of the immobilized human being would die one day, the soul, on the other hand, would ascend to heaven. It was probably not allowed to move Gscheider to another place, and thus he was known to many visitors of the Trinity Church, because at the time of this really unusual leaflet was published in 1620, he had already been on display for almost 16 years, serving the sense of sight by means of the design of this charitable place, the sense of hearing, because one can assume that the leaflet was sold or was read out aloud, and also prayers were taught, and the sense of smell, for example, even if the sick person was cared for and fed for by the hospital, and above all, the sense of touch, since it can be assumed that alms donors occasionally touch the poor sick soul as a representative of Son of God on earth in a compassionate manner. In our talk, we will focus on, as already Aristotle classified, the various perceptions and the various senses like hearing, seeing, smelling, tasting, and touching in the context of early modern hospitals. So let's start with central listening and hearing areas in the hospital. They were undoubtedly the church and the chapel, in which the residents were made familiar with the word of God. Both the donors as well as, for example, saints were prayed for and were practically bombarded with prayers by the inhabitants. The inhabitants of the respective city or market town, they had access to this acoustic experience, since the poor, mostly separated from other church visitors, sat in the gallery and prayed during fixed hours, as for example in the Bürgerspital, the public hospital of Salzburg, or in the leper hospital of Bregenz in Vorarlberg. These listening areas were occasionally extended to the sick ward, as you can see here in this plan, where, as you can see here, the bedridden residents could still hear the muttered prayers and the words of the priest through non-glazed windows, which could have the prayers and the muttered words could have a calming effect on the seriously and terminally ill. And you can see here in the plan the windows that were in the walls to the sick yard and the church. Furthermore, the reading out loud of regulations, for example, which usually took place once every 3 months, was very important. And the hospital master, for example, called all the residents together in a large room to remind them and read out aloud the regulations and the norms, and to remind them also how they would be punished when ignoring the rules of the hospital. Although these repetitions caused boredom and it did not protect against the breach of regulations, at least one can assume that the inhabitants knew about the rules of the hospital. The statutes were also posted in the entrance area or in the kitchen. Outbreaks of violence and noise can be documented in various hospitals, and there are a lot of documents and various sources in which we can read of such conflicts. And it's very interesting that not only the residents, but also the employees complained about quarrels and faults, etc. For example, in 1757, an official letter was sent to the authorities in Graz, and the poor and the old inhabitants of the hospital complained about the noisy setting and compared it stereotypically and anti-Semitically to an, quote, actual Jewish synagogue. Alleged alcohol drinking brawls at the hospital were thus, quote, horror and shame for observers and listeners.
With the, in Austria and southern Germany, mandatory hospital clothing in the colors blue, brown, yellow, gray, green, red, black, and white, the residents of a facility were immediately recognizable outside the protective hospital space and associated with a specific welfare institution. The common practice of wearing homogeneous clothing meant stigmatization and the associated easier disciplining on the one hand, but also the protection of the facility by the respective authorities on the other. At the same time, the public display of the residents, for example, during processions, was supposed to disclose the charity of hospital authorities because the institutionalized poor usually wore better clothes than the so-called deserving poor and the beggars. A depiction of the funeral procession for the Habsburg Archduke Karl II, 1590, which among many others shows the hospital master in front and the poor from the Graz Court Hospital, became well known at a super-regional level. The official did not pay attention to the garb of the residents only for charity reasons, but also because his reputation with the local council, for the local council and the citizens depended on it. Freely accessible images showing donors and depicting justice, as well as distinctive tombstones inside the church area or a facility could also point out such especially charitable activities. Also striking are the numerous frescoes and paintings on the outer walls of the hospital or inside the church spaces, intending to convey a special message concerning charity. Priests knew, of course, albeit often only unconsciously, about the connection between hearing the prayers, seeing the frescoes in the candlelight, and smelling incense, which turned the Mass into a feast of the senses for the believer. In early modern times, the facilities were considered to be infectious spaces due to the pervading miasmas perceiving as disgusting by contemporaries. The hospital's glamour included spoiled food, the smell of sick residents, the stench of excrement and bad body odors, as well as the unpleasant aroma of moldy and damp walls, as Alain Cobain masterfully described the socius effluviums. The French historian spoke in this context of secretions of misery and of the notorious hospital putrefaction, a corpse smell, which in the hospitals often of early modern times not only preceded death, but also announced the imminent demise of women, men, and sick children. It was caused by gangrenous limbs and sweat-soaked beds, as well as the rotting straw that was reserved for the dying. However, this pervading stench could also be interpreted as an opportunity because, as laid down in the hospital rules of Julius Hospital in Würzburg, it served to atone for sins and achieve salvation. The smells from crevices and latrines were considered to be particularly dangerous by town councils and hospital authorities. Since in many facilities, too many people often only had access to single available privy, it is evident that these early toilet systems could very often become extremely soiled due to their use by aged people with diarrhea illnesses. It was therefore quite common to do one's business in public. Among the examples of the efforts by the towns to attempt to intervene in a regular manner, the installation of window glass in a public hospital of Hull in Tyrol, or the emptying of cesspits, which in many locations had to be carried out at night, can be mentioned. If on the one hand, manure was regarded as a sought after raw material for agriculture, on the other hand, some hospitals took precautions and disposed of human excrement by means of especially built canals, for example, in Hull in Tyrol, in Bozen, or in Trento. If visitors came to hospital, they were very often surprised by the prevailing circumstances. Although in terms of quality and quantity, hospital kitchens were not always convincing. Hunger often drove children, women, and men to practically devour food that was only half cooked or not prepared with proper care. The widely discussed topic of the awfulness of kitchens for the poor and of their having an unpleasant combination of smell and taste did, of course, not always apply, but even rich and large hospitals had to struggle with supply problems which could massively affect the quality of the food in times of bad harvests or during armed conflicts. In addition to residents who still hungered for life, at the facilities there were also many women and men already marked for death, for whom the final path in life could be made easier by the caring hands of fellow residents or the hospital staff. For this purpose, the sense of touch and compassionate physical contact played a major role. Despite their smell, the dying were washed, fed, and occasionally given medication so they could pass away peacefully and cared for night and day. Hospital management clearly wanted to avoid the lonely death of the residents. Death bad company, according to the German historian Karl Nolte, but the idea of a good death only was kept in as ideal image. The fact that women and men had to be cleaned in their intimate areas and that they frequently saw the residents naked also was problematic for them. Direct physical contact between caregiving men and women and vice versa also inevitably occurred. If death and preparation for it were omnipresent at the hospital, it is all too easy to forget that the residents also decide to be touched in a loving way. Sexuality and its manifestations were forbidden at the facilities, with the exception of married couples, but still ran free. The sources suggest a negative selection of rape, unwanted pregnancies, and sexual harassment of women by men. Love relationships with the exchange of cheap rings, on the other hand, can only rarely be found in the archives. The intense skin contact and a form of sexuality was, however, a real need for women, men, and in some cases also children. Forbidden doctor games, animal abuse, mutual masturbation, etc. Married couples slept with the bed curtains, if available, drawn unwanted couples outdoors. In the stables or the privies, rightly complaining that to keep their clothes on during sexual intercourse. Hardly anyone in the hospital was bothered by this audio theater, as children were allowed to watch their parents and pets during bodily union. We thank you a lot for listening to our paper. Thank you very much.
Lovely, thank you so much. That was a really vivid depiction in a sensory way of a hospital in early modern era. I've got lots of questions about that, but I'll have to rein myself in till the end because we've got another two fabulous papers first. So next we have, we welcome Joseph Curran from Maynooth University, and we're a long way in history again now. Joseph is a postdoctoral researcher at the Centre for Teaching and Learning at Maynooth University, and he'll be speaking about a permanent monument to the Catholics of Dublin, the Mater Misericordia Hospital, and the creation of confidence in a post-famine city. Many thanks, Joseph.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Hopefully this the screen share will work here. Can people see that okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. It's been really fascinating to hear all the papers and hear about the posters today. I've learned so much, so thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. What I'd like to talk about today is some issues in relation to Dublin's Mater Misericordiae Hospital during the 19th century, and to think a bit more about the wider social and cultural roles played by medical hospitals in 19th century Dublin. Now, my interest in the issues I discuss here were very heavily influenced by the work of the Irish economic and social historian Mary E. Daly, and particularly her essay, Catholic Dublin, the Public Expression in the Era of Paul Cullen, which is kind of a short speculative essay in which she discusses the years 1852 to 1878, when Paul Cullen was the Catholic Archbishop of Dublin. And she argued that during this time, building up of an infrastructure of Catholic institutions of all types in the city was part of an aim of declaring to the world that Dublin city was a Catholic city. And she argued that this was a reaction against the situation earlier in the century when Dublin's public face had appeared to be Protestant, or more specifically, Church of Ireland Anglican, even though by that point the city had a significant Catholic majority. The main public buildings and the most prominent streets had some sort of association with Protestantism. This included religious buildings like cathedrals, as the Church of Ireland was the established church until 1871, but it also included legal and governance structures, as there had been restrictions on Catholics entering public office during the 18th century, and citizens' relative wealth also shaped what was perceived as the public architecture of the city. And this also included Dublin's many medical hospitals. Most of these were voluntary foundations established and managed by wealthy lay people in the 18th or 19th century. And as the wealthier people in the city tended to be mostly, but certainly not exclusively Protestants, the hospitals too were perceived as having some kind of Anglican associations, even though most of them catered for both the Catholic and Protestant poor. Legal restrictions on Catholics began to be lifted from the later 18th century and into the early 19th century. So, for example, Catholics are able to sit in the UK Parliament from 1829, a process known as Catholic emancipation. Or reforms to local government in Ireland in 1840 allow Catholics entry into municipal corporations. And as a result, Dublin's Catholic middle classes become anxious to emphasise their rights to access and to influence public space. And Daly has associated this with what's known as Ireland's 19th century devotional revolution, which can be seen as an increase in church-led Orthodox Catholic piety. Daly noted there are some debates about when this occurred in Ireland, but there's certainly evidence that it was beginning, certainly in the 1840s, under the episcopacy of Daniel Murray, who was Cullen's predecessor. But Daly makes an important point in noting that Murray does tend to be associated with a more compromising and pragmatic approach to Catholicism, whereas his successor, Paul Cullen, is associated with a more assertive and ultramontane form of Catholicism. And the implication here is not only related to just an increased number of Catholic institutions founded, but changes in their architectural style and in their location, with Catholic churches and institutions becoming more visible, more ornate, and reflecting a greater confidence about occupying public space. But I think it is important to remember just some other contextual factors too. The British-Irish Act of Union of 1801 had resulted in the closure of the Irish Parliament, which is the building on the slide there. It was on College Green. And Irish representatives, instead of travelling to Dublin every year, instead went to sit in Westminster. And David Dixon has noted that in the early 19th century, it's common for both Catholics and Protestants, when they talk about Dublin, to look back to a supposed lost golden age that had preceded the Union. And I think, and he argues that the continued presence of some of the city's most impressive 18th century architecture helped to keep this idea in people's minds. And this included things like the Parliament House, but it also included hospitals such as the Rotunda Lying In Hospital, which is on the slide there, a very substantial institution. And the argument is that the building suggested that the now depressed city had once been capable of great architectural achievement, but perhaps its best days were behind it. So that's kind of an early 19th century view. And one issue I noted in my title was that the years I'm going to look at in the 1850s and 60s come just after the Irish famine of 1845 to 51. Now, Dublin hadn't seen the kind of food shortages that other parts of the country had, but it had seen significant public health challenges associated with famine refugees entering the city, albeit often briefly because they tended to migrate elsewhere. But there is also a memory in the public mind of very serious sanitation and public health problems in the city, which are also shaping how residents are viewing Dublin at this time. So for this paper, I want to look more at just one institution, the Mater Misericordiae Hospital, and kind of zoom in on that and think about the issues that Daly raised in more detail. I'd like to consider it in the 1850s and 1860s and think about how contemporaries discussed both the architecture of the hospital itself and how contemporaries discussed interactions between the hospital and the wider space of the city. It was built in the 1850s and opened in 1861, and it was a purpose-built institution. And this in itself is quite important. 18th century Dublin had seen a number of substantial purpose-built voluntary hospitals. I've mentioned the Rotunda Hospital already. There was also hospitals like Dr. Stephen's Hospital in the southwest of the city. Now in practice in the early 19th century, there is still some hospital building and quite a few new hospitals are founded. But most of these new hospitals end up in renovated townhouses rather than purpose-built buildings. And there's a sense here that this is also associated with the city's decline. The houses of the wealthy now house medical institutions rather than aristocrats. And the institutions themselves aren't being built on the grand scale that they once were. So when the Mater's founders decided to build a new building, and one that was on quite a substantial scale by Dublin standards, I think they planned initially to have 500 beds, perhaps not as substantial as some of the hospitals being considered in this conference, but it was for the city being considered, it does seem to have been a statement of growing confidence. The Mater was managed primarily by the Sisters of Mercy, and they provided nursing care for free, and they also donated £10,000 towards the initial establishment of the hospital. It was actually built in stages though, so the kind of front part of the hospital building is built first, and then two wings are added on to form a sort of a U shape. And although the Sisters of Mercy did contribute a substantial amount to the building's construction, a significant amount of voluntary fundraising was also required. And so you've got a situation where the hospital opens and then they have to stop construction on part of it because they have to raise funds, and then they start again. So it's going kind of on and off with lots of fundraising in the 1860s. And it's in these fundraising material that we all often get a real sense of what the hospital promoters wanted people to think about the hospital. The image on the slide is from an annual report from 1867. And not only does it depict parts of the hospital that weren't actually built at that time, it also depicts aspects of the hospital that would never be built at all. So you might be able to see at the top of that image, there's a dome and a tower that actually never is constructed. But the fundraisers certainly perceive the hospital as marking a new chapter, both in Dublin's general hospital development and in the development of Catholic medical charity in the city. Now, there had been a hospital founded, St. Vincent's, by the Catholic Sisters of Charity in 1835, but this is on a pretty small scale. It's located in a former townhouse, albeit in a quite prestigious area. And another development was the Sisters of Charity had begun to act as nurses at an older non-Catholic hospital, the Charitable Infirmary, Jervis Street, in the 1850s. And the Mater's publicity material always mentions these developments and it sees them as very laudable, but they're presented as sort of forerunners on a smaller scale to what they're doing. They're doing something bigger. And just, these are modern images, but that would be the Mater in the early 2000s. And this would be a more recent image of St. Vincent's older hospital building. They're not to scale, but there is a sense that in the townhouse, it's a bit more understated. It's not completely clear what the function is, whereas the Mater has a kind of more obvious function. Initially, when I looked at these, I thought, you know, you could kind of associate with the Mater with the more bombastic Cullen and St. Vincent's with the more understated Murray. But when I looked in more detail, there is some planning happening for the Mater actually in the 1840s when Murray is just at the end of his tenure. And so I'm not quite sure if they decided on the size or architectural style at this point, but there's obviously something happening a little bit earlier there. The Mater supporters also claimed that their hospital continued the tradition of the city's older non-Catholic hospitals. At meetings promoting the Mater, the speakers constantly talk about the city's rich tradition of hospital funding. One commentator noted that Dublin's 18th century hospitals had been mostly founded by Protestants, but said this was simply because, and this is a quote, at the time the Catholics had not the money to give away, but as soon as they did, they followed the example set by them by their Protestant fellow citizens. And some fundraisers argued that not only would the matter continue in the same tradition as the older hospitals, but would do something to add to their work. They argued that the fact that the hospital's nurses were Sisters of Mercy meant that they could provide spiritual comfort as well as physical care to Catholic inpatients. Now, it's important to emphasize that all of the matter supporters are really scrupulous in emphasizing that this doesn't mean that other religious groups would not be treated in the hospital or that their religious beliefs would be in danger. Perhaps to avoid any kind of negative publicity, they're repeatedly saying that other patients of other religions can request a clergyman of their denomination to visit them at any time in the hospital. They emphasize that they're acting in the same liberal way as every other hospital in the city, except for the Adelaide Hospital, which had been founded on the fear of Catholic proselytism in the 1830s, and which actually banned Catholic priests and sometimes even Catholic inpatients from its premises. But although they want to put themselves in the kind of city's liberal tradition, they do repeatedly emphasize the spiritual benefits that they argue is something a little bit extra from what the other hospitals are doing. And at the fundraising meeting for the hospital's construction in 1857, the Catholic barrister John O'Hagan praised the charitable nature of Dublin's Protestants, and he talks at length about that. And yet he also argued, Protestant charity, however great or however true, was smitten with a barrenness arising from the genius of that religion. Money could command much, it could command medicine for the diseased, it could command administrations of science, but the gentleness and tenderness of heart, the Christian feeling and sympathy for the sick and dying, which is at once balm for the soul and body, all that was beyond the power of money to command. And he argues that it's only really Catholic charities that can provide this. And the quote that's on the slide there also kind of indicates this too. It's Cardinal Paul Cullen, and he's arguing that the matter was going to be a way of demonstrating that Dublin City supported the same kind of Catholic charities as he believed characterized some other European cities as well. And this extra spiritual value was seen as something that went alongside and complemented the latest medical advances rather than challenged them in any way. Now, the architectural historian Christine Casey has described the matter as an old-fashioned U-shaped hospital on the corridor plan, begun in the year that the pavilion arrangement was first publicly advanced in England. But the Mather's supporters were keen to stress the medical advantages of the design, and they drew on Bristow and Holmes' report to the Privy Council on the Hospital of the United Kingdom from 1864 to do this. And the Mather's annual report for 1866 quotes Bristow and Holmes' discussion of the Mather Hospital at length, which included the quotation, "This hospital promises, in our opinion, to be, when complete, one of the finest hospitals in Europe. It is built on the corridor plan, but the distribution of corridors and wards and beds is such as entirely to neutralize any ill effects that could possibly flow from the adoption of this plan, while all the advantages that spacious, cheerful, well-ventilated corridors afford are thoroughly secured." And the Mather took its place among Dublin's many teaching hospitals. And like these other hospitals, there was an inaugural address every year that opened the medical educational sessions. And these were recorded in the mainstream Dublin newspapers as well as the medical press. And there's a lot of emphasis there on the Mather's teaching physicians and surgeons on their medical knowledge and their scientific expertise. And for the hospital supporters, there was no contradiction between supporting this professional and scientific value and also their support for the vocationally inspired nursing at the hospital. And of course, this might partly be explained by gendered ideas about differences between nursing care and medical professional care, but it also reflected Catholic middle class ambitions. And it has been argued that one of the main motivations for establishing Dublin's Catholic hospitals was less about providing for the Catholic poor and more about providing greater opportunities for the city's many Catholic medics who found it difficult to break into employment in Dublin's other charitable medical institutions. Indeed, the Mather seems to have become very quickly incorporated into the city's medical administrative structures. Within a few years of its opening, it's becoming a regular venue for inquests, for example, and this was reported on in newspapers in quite an official way as well. The hospital's role in augmenting the city's reputation was emphasized by supporters. And at the fundraising meeting for the hospital's construction in 1857, the Catholic politician Richard Murrow Farrell claimed that the hospital would be a permanent monument to the benevolence of the Catholics of Dublin. And just in the few minutes I've left, I'd like to think a little bit more about the interaction between the hospital and the broader space of the city. This map is from 1861, and its aim was to kind of highlight the public buildings in Dublin. And although it depicts the matter on the edge of the city, I don't know if you can see it's right in the northwest corner. I've zoomed in there, and it's the building, kind of U-shaped building in the top left. And even though the hospital is just opening at this point, it was obviously felt it was important enough to depict it in the map from the same year. The hospital is located on Eccles Street, which was laid out in 1772. It's a little outside the commercial centre, and there is some sense of decline around the hospital. It had actually been built in a place that was supposed to be a prestigious housing development, but because of the declining fortunes of the family who were planning it, this was never built, and the hospital was built instead. It's also right beside a prison that was opened in 1850, Mountjoy Model Prison. And again, this might suggest declining status, but it's not completely clear-cut at this point. The houses on Eccles Street are large and retain prominent residents, including Cardinal Paul Cullen himself, who had his official residence in the largest house on the street near the hospital. The neighbouring area becomes increasingly associated with Catholicism as well, and the area of Drumcondra, which also, as well as having a lot of Catholic residents, also becomes home to large Catholic institutions like the Missionary College of All Hallows and the Seminary College of Holy Cross. But probably more important was the interaction between the hospital and the wider city more generally because of its Catholic connections. In 1867, the then Lord Mayor of Dublin suggested that surplus funds that had been collected to build a monument for the Catholic lawyer and politician Daniel O'Connell could be used to complete the Mater Hospital. He argued that if part of that fund were allotted to an institution like this, which is intended for the alleviation of suffering and afflicted humanity, his name would be remembered as long as the institution lasted. Now, I've been trying to find out more about this, and I haven't looked at it in enough detail maybe, but I haven't found any evidence yet that this money was actually used to support the hospital. But I think it's interesting that they felt at the time publicly linking the most famous defender of Catholic rights to the matter was just something that would be commonplace. And it suggested the hospital could be another way of memorializing Daniel O'Connell. More generally, the matter came to be part of the institution of a Catholic network of institutions that were forming throughout the city at this time. Donations for it could be left at Catholic chapels and convents throughout the city, and this was publicly advertised in newspapers. And the image I have on the hospital there is, or the image I have on the slide there is, relates to collections that were made by Christian doctrine confraternities who volunteered to collect for the hospital in different districts of the city. And these weekly collections, again, were reported in the pages of the Freeman's Journal newspaper and gave a sense that the whole Catholic community across the city was contributing. These connections emphasized the Mater's broader role in expanding the city's Catholic philanthropic sphere. So just briefly to conclude, if I was to come back and think about my title again now, I think I'd probably maybe say that the hospital helped to enhance confidence rather than create it. It was building on an existing Catholic philanthropic and medical infrastructure that was developing, but its supporters were very clear that they were doing this in a bigger and more architecturally imposing scale. They certainly saw themselves acting in the tradition of Dublin's 18th century non-Catholic voluntary hospitals, but they also thought they were adding something more by providing spiritual care alongside medical expertise. Thank you very much for listening.
Oh, thank you. Joseph, that was fabulous. I really like the fact that we've now moved on to the influence of architecture and the way that the civic elite try and project themselves within the city and their idea of who they are and what they are being written on the city, and then how that's influenced by other local developments. Really exciting, really interesting, complex developments going on there. So our last speaker this evening is Magnus Alschauf from Ludwig Maximilians Universität, and I hope I haven't mangled your name too much, Magnus. My accent is dreadful for that, I'm so sorry. He's a PhD candidate at LMU Munich's History Department and will be speaking on the San Francisco General Hospital, a symbol for a modern city. So we've jumped forward again. Many thanks, Magnus, over to you.
Well, thank you for having me. And I'm aware I'm the last person and it's late, and in other places it's probably even later. So I will try to keep it short. And I've also brought some pictures, and maybe that will make up for the late hour. So, no, that's the wrong one. Can you see my presentation and can you hear me? Great, wonderful. So thank you so much for having me. In the following 20-ish minutes, I will show you how San Francisco used its new 600-bed public hospital to both present itself as a modern city to the US and the world, and to strengthen the city's imagined community. To do so, I will first give you a quick overlook on San Francisco in the early 20th century. Second, I will analyze the hospital's design and architecture. And third, I will talk about the hospital's tubercular ward before trying to come up with some sort of conclusion. In the early morning hours on April 18th, 1906, the ground started shaking in San Francisco. 1 minute later, wooden and brick structures had collapsed, and what was left fell prey to a fire that burned for 4 days straight. Almost 30,000 buildings were destroyed and more than 250 people had lost their homes, which was more than half of the city's population. But what was arguably one of the greatest natural disasters in US history was seen by some in San Francisco as a healthy cleansing, which rid the city of its basket of deplorables, so to speak. The city elites saw the destruction as an opportunity to rebuild better. Here we see the cover of 1906's June issue of Sunset magazine. A woman made of smoke is rising from the ashes of San Francisco, the future already shining bright from the right side. The woman is cradling a neoclassical white city, a new San Francisco resembling an idealized Athens. This cover was just one of many references to antiquity that San Francisco used to stylize itself as a new Rome, or alternatively, a new classical era Greece. To show off the successful reconstruction, the city would go on to host the 1915 World Exhibition, the Pacific Panama International Exposition. But to make room for the exposition, other buildings had to go, mostly the so-called refugee cottages that were built by the city's relief committee after the 1906 earthquake. Designed as makeshift huts, many inhabitants had improved them into proper homes. But in the 1910s, despite their initial success, they had become an obstacle to business interests and, of course, the World Exposition. Deemed substandard and, most of all, unsanitary, the houses were torn down. So in order to present itself to the world, the city worsened the situation for the working poor, thus creating tensions in the city. In the new San Francisco General Hospital, I argue the city found a way of presenting the new modern San Francisco to the nation and the world, while at the same time strengthening San Francisco's cityness, to borrow Charles Ruthiser's term. A city version of Benedict Anderson's imagined community, cityness, describes how a city's inhabitants perceive themselves as equals and as part of one community. If certain groups feel discriminated or marginalized, the cityness suffers and tensions arise. But city government can also implement politics that improve the situation and show groups that they are in fact not marginalized. But for that to work, the effort and especially the money politicians put in must be as visible as possible. And what is more visible than a huge, brand new and beautiful hospital? The modern American hospital sits, to quote Alan Brandt and David Sloan, quote, squarely between the world of science and public culture. The hospital works both ways for San Francisco, showing the working poor the city cares, and showing the world that San Francisco is a modern metropolis with cutting-edge medicine. To accomplish that, the new General Hospital used its architecture, which was also advertised by a broad PR campaign, and a state-of-the-art tuberculosis ward to deal with that sickness which haunted the working poor the most. This is San Francisco's old public hospital, the City and County Hospital, opened in 1871. It survived the 1906 earthquake and the fire, only to be burnt down deliberately by the Board of Public Health in 1908 after vermin had infested the wooden structure, which caused the plague outbreak in 1907. Still dealing with the earthquake's aftermath, the Board of Public Health decided to use empty horse stables as a makeshift hospital. Perhaps not too good for horses, but not too bad for humans, as one doctor put it. The city broke ground for the new hospital in 1909 in the most densely populated part of the city and opened it in 1915 during the last days of the World Exhibition. Both events were used to show the people that this hospital was being built for them. The dignitaries present at both occasions emphasized the meaning of the hospital for the city's, quote, universal good, that it was designed to deal with our best citizens in need as a haven of refuge for our deserving workers. And they added, quote, when you citizens visit here as patients in the future, you may have no complaint to make against anything or anybody. But the loudest statement was surely made by the architecture. Drawing on Brandt and Sloan again, who argued that, quote, the dominant cultural values and expectations of American medicine are written on the hospital's facades and spatial arrangements, I will use the old City and County Hospital to compare the new San Francisco General Hospital to it. The entrance to the hospital area of the new San Francisco General Hospital is blocked by a cast iron fence with a brick wall base. This makes the entire forecourt appear more open and inviting compared to the older City and County Hospital, which was hidden behind a board fence and tall trees, which shielded it from the public. Here we can see the comparison. The architecture of the new General Hospital became a visible part of the urban infrastructure. It was no longer invisible and separated from the public, as was the case with the CCH, but it should be rather an architectural landmark. The spatial separation between the city and the hospital, however, was not abolished completely. There was still a fence, but the buildings were now to be perceived, to be noticed, and to be seen. The area behind the fence also suggests a lavish openness. This should, as the architects pointed out, quote, relieve the bare effect and add to the attractiveness of the approach, end of quote. Here we can see an earlier draft with a somewhat different design of the approach. And here we can see the whole ensemble. From the large gate, which was intended for cars, a driveway led away, on which one could drive in a circle from the road to the entrance and back again. This driveway was intersected in the middle by flat white stairs. The flat white stairs divided in 2/3 by 2 railings, which led over 2 landings to the hospital portal. The stairs' impressive dimensions, which were not determined by expediency, but served equally as a proud self-portrayal of the builders and the hospital, are out of proportion to the size and architectural design of the 3 building entrances. Together with the driveway and the side risolites corresponding to it, the approach ensemble is reminiscent of essential components of Baroque palace and garden architecture. With the exception of the side risolites, elements of Baroque feudal architecture are completely absent from the facade design. Here, the Renaissance style prevails, which is roughly the American counterpart to the historicist architectural styles of the Neo-Romanesque or Neo-Renaissance in Europe. The dark red brick facade contrasts sharply with the open spaces in front of it. The entrances, which are slightly recessed into the walls, have a sober, almost forbidding effect due to their very dark coloring, despite their light frames. On both sides, the ward buildings tower above the central reception building, their parts facing the street with the semi-hexagonal oriels, We can see them here. And the increased expenditure on ornamentation and architectural design from floor to floor characterized this side facing the street as showpieces. In contrast, the window openings on the long side lack ornamental forms. Here the complex is dark and hermetic. The wooden CCIH, on the other hand, appeared much more open, as the wooden walls were lightly painted and the windows were significantly larger in relation to the overall facade. In addition, the more playful Victorian style, with the ornamental tower in the middle, seemed less austere. The whole building looked like one of the Victorian-style villas on the hills of the city. The new hospital, on the other hand, was much more sober, and while the CCH was surrounded by an opaque board fence and trees, the fence and gate around the SFGH were transparent. Comparing the architecture of the two hospitals reveals an interesting dialectic. The hospital as a building became more visible. It moved into the city and was staged more representatively through the increased visibility. At the same time, the new hospital as a medical facility eludes the public, limits access, and hides medical activity even deeper within. What is visible from the outside is what is meant to be seen, a stone building that appears sleek and sterile, especially when compared to the old CCH. While the Victorian style revived the Middle Ages and thus the so-called Dark Ages, the Renaissance style took up the era of antiquity, the time of the great physicians Hippocrates and Galen, and the Renaissance, the age of humanism and science. Thus, the San Francisco Hospital is a symbol of the new medicine which overcame the dilettantism of the 19th century. At the same time, the building fits both into San Francisco's narrative of antiquity and into the architectural program of the nearby Berkeley campus, thus embracing the science of aura, the aura of science itself. One of the key elements of the SFGH was its tubercular ward, which brings me to my second part. Here we can see the tubercular ward. We can see some of the parts I will talk about now using the plan. The tuning fork-shaped building consisted of 3 departments, excluding the administrative wing, which was located at the intersection of the U-shaped and the straight part. The U-shaped part had 4 floors and was for the male patients. These were divided into early stage, the west part, advanced stage, the east part. The cross beam of the U contained laboratories and diet kitchens on one side and an open porch and solarium on the other. The legs of the U housed mainly single and double rooms. Especially the east part for the advanced patients had almost exclusively single rooms. Both wings had a hexagonal bay with large windows at the end, which served as a solarium. Here we can see one of the open-air sun porches. In addition, the west section had an open ward with 10 beds on each floor where patients could breathe fresh air. While the men's ward had 4 floors, the women's ward had only 2, and it was not separated into incipient and advanced. This roughly corresponded to the distribution of tuberculosis cases in San Francisco, where men accounted for about 3.5 times as many cases as women. Otherwise, the men's and women's ward were mostly identical. The layout of the floors and the rooms themselves was standardized and optimized. Even though the distribution of patient rooms varied between floors, the utility rooms, such as kitchens, laboratories, laundry rooms, etc., were in the same place on each floor and were set up identically everywhere. Thus, the staff easily found its way around each ward and was more flexible. Oh, sorry. On the roof of the transverse beam of the U, there was a roof garden for the patients, which, again separated by gender, provided significantly more space for the male patients. Since the SFGH was and still is located on an elevated point in San Francisco, Potrero Hill, the planners took advantage of this circumstance and placed the tuberculosis wing at the highest point of the hospital area in order to escape the unhealthy city air, at least as much as that was possible in the middle of the city. The design of the tuberculosis ward was based on the therapeutic approaches of rest, air, and sunlight that were common at the time. Overall, treatment options for tuberculosis were minimal, and most therapies and treatments were aimed at prolonging life and reducing suffering, not curing the disease. This also lowered expectations. The tuberculosis hospital, which was already too small when it opened, it had 250 beds compared to around 600 beds needed, did not have to cure anyone. And by specializing in a disease which mostly affected the lower classes, the TB hospital was first and foremost a poor relief institution. The care and sufficient food in a clean environment alone were positively received by the city's poor. Thus, the tuberculosis ward of San Francisco General Hospital was quite popular, and the number of those willing to go to the hospital increased. This welfare policy was successful insofar as the city's good deed was accepted. Considering the impact on the living environment, this institution was certainly able to positively change the working poor's perception of the city and to strengthen San Francisco's cityness. To sum up, building this new landmark hospital was a success for San Francisco city elites and government. The modern and sterile scientific architecture showed the people that they would be in good and well-trained hands of real doctors and not butchers. The tubercular wards took care of the most haunting disease San Francisco was dealing with at the time, tuberculosis. Since the working poor were hit the hardest, but also the ones with very little access to medical care, the tubercular ward was a much-needed institution of poor relief. At the same time, nationwide and even international newspapers, and especially medical journals, wrote about the new hospital as finest of its kind and one of the most modern hospitals in all of the United States, thus spreading the word about modern San Francisco all over the world. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Magnus. It's fantastic. Taking us nearly right up to date. I like really exciting that was about San Francisco seeing itself in a global environment, which is again we've taken ourselves on a beautiful journey from the factors that influenced medieval hospitals right up to the 20th century. So now it's time for your questions. Please type your questions in the chat, and if you're following us live on YouTube, then please write them in the comments below, and I will get them here, and we'll put your questions to the speakers. Right, so we've had a few in. I'm just going back to your file here. Right, so the first one is for Alfred and Elizabeth, and Anna says, thank you, Alfred and Elizabeth, for a wonderful and visceral paper. In the Middle Ages, seeing the sick is an important part for those donating their service or money, especially considering the fear of being defrauded. I was wondering if, as time went on, people ever developed a sense that they were exploiting the carpenter from Innsbruck or those who were similarly incapacitated.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this interesting question. As you might assume, this leaflet that we found is really an extraordinary source. And we assume that this Wolfgang Scheider was a kind of institution of his own. He was kind of famous in this setting. And we have no hints that this setting him on kind of the stage was criticized. It was kind of a possibility for him to earn money, to earn his place within the hospital, which cost money. And he seemed to have been quite successful and very well known. And all the other inmates of the hospital, for example, they were also allowed to beg. They had specific symbols or specific clothing so that people knew they were inmates of the hospital, but he could not kind of move around and go begging from house to house. So this was a kind of the possibility for him to beg. but we haven't found any hints that that this was criticized, and as it was not possible for him at maybe 16 years later to kind of communicate, as we can read in the leaflet, that he was only able at this stage to control his eyes and a little bit of his tongue. So we cannot imagine how he felt, or whether he refused or even could refuse to be a stage like that. So there are many, many questions, and it's a really interesting source that was really interesting to find that, because we haven't found anything similar like that.
And he was doing his job. It was to give prayers, to pray, and turn alms. That was his job. If you compare it with an example in Vienna for the asylum in the late 18th century, the people came over there and they really exploited the mad people, because it was fun for them, but not in the case of the carpenter.
Thank you. That's fantastic. So we also have a question from YouTube chat for Anna, and Miguel Martinez de Souza says, that what a wonderful contribution. Could you please provide the source of the images presented on the first and last slide?
Thank you. Well, in fact, the image of the first slide was a general image, a representation, an idealized representation of a maritime city. It's not specifically suitable, and unfortunately, I don't have to. I must reconstruct where I searched. But the last one, yes, it's really an image of Setúbal, and it's from the Library of Ajuda, Biblioteca da Ajuda, the Códice Manuscrito 5536, 5536.
Thank you very much. Thank you. If you've got any questions, please write them in the chat window and we'll put them to the panel participants for you. Until you do that, you've got my questions, which I'm absolutely delighted about because I've got lots. So firstly to Magnus, and this is a bit of a silly question really, but I was interested, did the poor people who used the hospital have to pay to be treated there, or how did they raise their money?
That's not a silly question at all. And sorry for all the coughing. I was
right.
out of solidarity with the tuberculosis patients. They did not have to pay for that, which was good and bad for the city. It was good because the fact that they did not have to pay made more people go to the hospital, because in that time, if you were a worker and you missed work, you didn't get paid. So most people only went to the hospital at the latest possible moment. But it became more popular and tuberculosis patients went earlier. But the popularity also cost the city because more people went to the hospital and they had to provide for more people. So it was a good and a bad thing, but no, they did not have to pay.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that's interesting. We've actually had a whole series of questions in from Kathleen Pierce here. There's quite a few, so I think you might want to pick out a few of these to answer. For you, Magnus, again. She says she's wondering how the facade of the new hospital compared to the surrounding new building projects in the wake of the earthquake, and did many other buildings in this neighbourhood also survive, or was the old hospital unique in its survival, and therefore was the building stylistically embedded within its larger neighbourhood, or really stand out?
The old hospital was not unique in its survival, but many hospitals were destroyed, especially the ones in the city center. So it was not, but it was the only large hospital that survived, as far as I know. Most the new buildings. The neighborhood around the new hospital was very densely populated. There were not that many buildings in the Renaissance style. I'd love to. Sorry, I'm just reading the question, which is really long. It was, the new building was not necessarily embedded in the immediate neighborhoods stylistically, but in the larger program of the city, which, with its claim to be the new Rome, was always very fond of playing with antiquity, and thus a neo-Renaissance style was the style of choice for the new city hall, for example, and most administrative and representative buildings at the time. Does that?
Lovely. Yes, thank you.
I hope that answers it.
Yeah, I think
more or
so.
less.
You did a good job.
Sorry.
Because we've got another question from Anna Claudia from Johanna. Do you have any information about the interaction between the Order of St. James and the confraternities concerning welfare assistance? Were there any conflicts?
Well, I don't have any evidence of conflicts with the confraternities. And in fact, the Annunciada, the confraternity of Annunciada, is this one has produced a lot of documents that are still have survived. So it is possible to know a little more about this institution, but most of the documents relate to the management of property, and not exactly to the assistance activity of the confraternity or the hospital. But meanwhile, they have a lot of information about the people who was integrated and managed the confraternity and the hospital. And crossing this information with other sources, it is possible to identify these persons and relate them to other institutions in this urban settlement, and with the order in particular. We don't have this amount of information for the other confraternities, so I don't know if they are exactly following the same pattern or not.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And I just have a question for Joseph here. I wondered about I'm really interested about the dynamic influence of that hospital building on its local environment, and the interaction between how it was planned and how it was viewed, and then how the perception of it changed over time, especially after the prison was built, for example. And I wonder if you've got if you have much evidence on the way that the local population viewed that building, and if that changed over time.
I think that's a great question, and I'm still yet to get into some of the archival material. There's been a really heroic job done finding records that were thought lost for years, and the archive has actually just recently been set up. So I'm hoping there'll be more in that material that goes beyond. I've been looking at a lot of publicity material, and the publicity material tends to universally depict it in positive terms. And even when you, for example, the Irish Times at the time would carry advertisements for, say, if there was a bazaar or something for the hospital, and they'd often have a short editorial or section, and they would talk about the hospital. The Irish Times at this point is, I suppose, it's relatively conservative Protestant, but it's it's on the moderate end of that. So it does speak about the hospital in positive terms as kind of well run. It talks about the building positively, and I've been reading through it as well, and it's always been this, this is a magnificent institution. It looks great. It's fantastic, and I was thinking about I've done work on Edinburgh as well, and the historian Richard Roger talks about, we look at Edinburgh Newtown now and we see it as a Georgian place that looks really nice, but for decades it was a building site because it was being built all the time. And I was wondering, was there something similar going on here? And I did find some letters again to the Irish Times from a correspondent who whose interest seems to have been the state of repair of the footpaths in Dublin City. So he writes these letters a lot. And he says in front of the Mater Hospital in the 1860s is a disgrace. The place is a building site. There's rubble everywhere. It looks terrible. This is it's a prominent institution. It shouldn't look like this. So there's a sense that it doesn't quite look the way people that are talking about the fundraisers are presenting it. In the 1870s, there is a kind of a park development developed in front of it, actually by William Wilde, the medic and father of Oscar Wilde, who's also he's involved in Irish historical research. He actually is involved in getting that developed, and or it draws on his work, and there's a kind of monument put up to old Irish masters or something about Irish history in there. And then the area does start to become a little bit more improved. But if you were to only focus completely on the fundraising material, you would think it was, there was no problems and everyone perceived it in very positive terms. But in practice, that clearly wasn't the case. But it's very difficult to get those voices, in any conversation about the hospital. So I'm really interested to see if I can find some more, maybe even some objections about the building. It was supposed to be this kind of circus development that was, it's marked on maps for years that there's going to be this kind of circular streets and it's going to be really prestigious. And suddenly that never gets built. And it's clearly a matter of decline in the area, but the supporters of the hospital never speak about it in those terms.
Yeah, I suppose it would be interesting to see if crime increased in that area and all those sorts of markers to find out, whether it changed over that period or not. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
That
absolutely.
sounds like a lovely bit of research. Okay, so we've got another question for Alfred and Elizabeth from John Henderson, who says, the image of the carpenter reminds me of images of beggars sick from the great pox in early modern Italy. There was, however, also a moral dimension, the association of sin and sickness. Was this also a theme in your period?
Thank you, John, for this very important question. You're right. I want to stress that the association of sin and sickness, sorry, I was looking for the word, is on the one hand, but the chance for the carpenter's soul is on the other hand, because he was seen as a representative of God or Jesus on earth, and therefore you have the both sides of this conclusion, and you have to stress both sides.
Mm-hmm. And he gave them all the other people the possibility to do something good, to do charity. So it's also very very common, also not only in the Middle Ages but also in the early modern period. It continues this concept and changes very slightly in the turn to the 18th century.
That's certainly a phenomenon that I found with the medieval almshouses of London, where the residents were very dynamic in their association with charity, and it gave them the opportunity to be active and have agency in the saving of their own souls, and that was really positive. And it something that's missed when we tend to look at it from a paternalistic 18th century perhaps view of charity. So thank you, brilliant. I've got a question for Anna. I was interested again in confraternities, and you were talking about them taking the opportunity to found hospitals around this area, and I was wondering how did the confraternities in the area influence the development of the military order, or was there any dynamic sort of give and take between the two, that they helped each other, or was there any relationship?
Well, I believe this theme deserves indeed further reflection and further research, because, in some places there are disconnection between the military orders and confraternities, but we lack the documentation to understand better what are the parameters of this interrelation. what I found in Setúbal is a quite a kind of a patronage between the Order of Santiago, specifically to this conference, confraternity of Annunciada, because also it's the one that produced or that we know more documents. And it seems that the order privileged this confraternity in order to promote this urbanization of this surrounding area of the city of Setúbal, not making this process directly, not managing directly the process, but through this hospital and confraternity. And they kept always a strong tie between the officials of the order and the officials and members of the confraternity. It was not a professional confraternity. We find a big scope of persons related to this institution. Almost all groups of the city are represented in the institution, and it's an interesting way of creating sociability around all citizens or all community in town. And also creating these political connections and a way of the order to influence the local government, because all these social ties were a way of achieving a control of the local government, because if we cross this information with the members of local government, we find many of the persons also related with the administration of this hospital and confraternity, and not much persons related to other confraternities in the local government. So right. It seems to be a special tie between the order and particularly the confraternity of Annunciada.
Right, that's really interesting. Thank you. We also have a question for Joseph and Magnus from Fritz-Dross, who says, creation of confidence in creating cityness. Are there voices of the patients and their neighbours on their reception of the buildings, but also the operation of the hospitals?
It's okay, I'll go there. So I was saying there, it's difficult to find out about the neighbours beyond the kind of the publicity material. Patients, that's a really, really difficult one. As of yet, I haven't even found I found lots of other institutions that will take out patient quotations and put them in their annual reports, and you don't know how they've been doctored. I found nothing in the matter at all to that gives any kind of direct patient voice. The only kind of glimpses of patient agency you get are when they're talking about patients of other denominations that are residents in the hospital that are asking their clergymen to come in. So they say, for example, they have a very good reputation with the local rabbi. It's actually the only time I've ever seen that referred to in Dublin hospital records, that Jewish patients at the hospital will ask for the rabbi, and that's you know, that they're very happy to be patients in the hospital. But that's obviously within the kind of the concerns about proselytism in the hospital and so on. Other references to patients, a long time ago, doing other research, I did come across a discussion that at a parliamentary inquiry about completely different issues that was about Catholic charities and their role in industrial schools and orphanages. And the nurses at the hospital at the Mater are saying that the children that came from Catholic institutions were much brighter and happier than those that came from the workhouse, for example. So it's a constant kind of they never stop on the kind of on how positive things are. It's a strange read, that, but yeah, it's really difficult, and I'd like to find out more in some way. And the only other way I can see them as respecting patient agency in some way is they don't require subscriber recommendations, which a lot of hospitals in the city would. And again, they put themselves forward as you know, being quite forward looking in that regard. The subscriber system is, you know, lots of people are raising questions about it in the other hospitals anyway. So, you know, for a hospital founded in, you know, the late 18th century, that would have been how it was maybe, but to find, you know, to open in the 1860s and still have the subscriber system might have been controversial anyway. So it mightn't be that they're respecting patient agency. It might just be that they kind of feel that they just couldn't do that. I still trying to look for patients' voices. It's incredibly difficult, and any suggestions even about kind of reading sources in a different way would be great. But there's a real absence, more than even I found for other hospitals.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe the absence is shouting louder than the presence. Magnus, do you have any response to that?
Yes, for me it's similar, I guess. So you don't hear anything from the neighbors, or at least nothing that I'm aware of. You hear from the nurses who are happy with the new hospital because it's better organized than the old one, and so on. When it comes to the patients, there are indirect voices. So there are patients' voices about the old hospital, because there are some patients who are complaining. And then some of the newspapers write some scandalous articles about something in the mold of "my ordeal at the hospital. Patient something suffered from this and that, and they treated her badly," and so on. So that happens. And that does not happen, or at least I'm not aware of articles like that for the new hospital. So one could argue the lack of complaint is maybe a positive voice. And I saw some diaries and files from some of the doctors working there, which of course are not the patients, but they write down things like "person X has been my patient for 15 years and he or she is coming back again and again, and we chat about this and that." So one could probably argue that at least some patients are rather happy with the hospital, but voices as in patients talking about the hospital, the new hospital, and the experience there, I have none, I'm afraid.
So you don't have any like ward diaries of problems or disputes or bad behavior that might did they keep such things? No. Okay. Oh, it's sounds such
one could argue that the admittance rate for the tubercular ward has been increasing over the years, so people seem to have been happy and seem to have perceived the tubercular ward at least as a place where they are taken care of and made comfortable in a good way.
That's good. All right, thank you very much. And John Henderson has another question for you, Magnus. I'm sorry. He says, you have talked about the influence of Renaissance style. Was there also an awareness of Italian Renaissance hospitals and their design through, for example, the treatise by Antonio Filaretti?
I honestly don't, about the Filaretti thing, I don't know. There also the Italian influence. They are claiming that this is Italian style, something Renaissance. But to be fair, the new San Francisco hospital is pretty much a mixture. You have neo-Renaissance aspects. You have also neo-Romanesque parts. It's not really one coherent style. They only applaud certain details and they talk about how this is very classical, but it seems to be more of a rhetoric and more of using adjectives that are well received and work in that aspect. I'm not sure how much the architects were really influenced by Italian Renaissance architecture.
So I suppose what you're saying is it's more about how the institution wants to be seen in terms of enlightenment and ahead and, you know, academic and advanced and all of those things, rather than the actual. Is that right? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, very much.
Thank you very much. So I have a question for Alfred and Elizabeth. I was really struck by you talking about the smells associated with these early modern hospitals. Certainly, I've been really interested in medieval hospitals and up to the Tudor period, and there's a huge emphasis in them on reducing smells, because smells are miasma. They are the way that contagion is spread. And they go to quite enormous lengths to reduce them. So they have high ceilings and ventilation, and they burn incense, and they keep the patients clean, and they wash them, and all of those sorts of things. So I was really I was surprised that there were all these reports of smelly hospitals. And I was wondering, the reference to farmyard smells, a lot of the late medieval hospitals in Britain that I've looked at were quite self-sufficient entities. So they often had chickens and pigs and orchards and all of those sorts of things. And I wondered whether the farmyard smells might be literal. What do you think of that as an idea?
Yeah, well, I can give you an example from the Duchy of Styria. And there was a hospital master nearby to Graz. And when the first came into the hospital, well, he went back because he couldn't stay in there because of the smell of the stench, and he wasn't used to it. He was a burgher who he hated the smell, he hated the hospital, he wanted not to be hospital master, and smell was for the hospital. And that's not only literally. We have a lot of documents in the archives that show us that also inhabitants left the hospital because they couldn't stand the smell in a hospital. If they had enough money to go otherwhere, they went out, they left the hospital. Mr. Dickinson.
Yeah, we have read a lot of statutes where we see what the norm should be. As you gave the example, of course, there were, for example, clothes should be washed, also the body should be washed, windows should be opened, that the miasmas don't become into existence, but that was kind of, the
discourse.
The discourse, but the reality looked quite differently. So we have the norms where everything should be clean and neat and fine, but the reality, when having a look at all the complaints, for example, of the inmates or also of neighbors, so they show a different picture. Yeah.
Oh, fascinating.
Yeah.
Are there any more questions? Give it a chance. Right, in which case I think we'd probably better draw this to a close. I know everybody's it's been a long day, it's been a fantastic day. Thank you so much to the organisers for such an interesting conference. Really looking forward to tomorrow. Thanks to the speakers, really enjoyed your papers. Don't forget to join us at 8:30 tomorrow. We're starting off with a panel on transforming spaces through medical theory, which sounds really exciting. Thank you so much, everybody, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. So thank you very much. Good night. Bye. Thank you to our speakers.